If we can start the recording.
Recording in progress.
Thank you.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Cynthia. The court reporter is still setting up. If you can give me just a moment.
Oh, Teresa, are we expecting Terry to join too online, or?
Who is Terry? Is that another court reporter?
That was the court reporter from yesterday, and I thought she was supposed to be here today too.
I was told the same thing.
I don't see her online yet.
I don't either. Are the people from Chiquita there? Is Megan and Jacob there?
Megan is not.
Megan is not. Is she coming? Are we waiting for her also?
Can you hear me, Madam Chair? This is
Yes,
Jacob
Mr.
Jasinski from
Jasinski.
Chiquita.
Yes.
So Megan, along with counsel for the district, are currently locked up in a room
Okay.
working on a full
Okay.
stipulation. And so she is present today. She's just not in the room.
Thank you very much. Okay. What about your court reporter? Do you know anything about your court reporter?
She is present today. The court reporter that we had yesterday will not be present.
Okay. You're going to have a different one?
That's correct.
Okay. So do they know that they need to be online as well?
In addition to being,
No.
she's actually present here today.
Oh,
like
she's
in the
physically
room.
present. Okay,
That's
good.
right.
All right.
Yeah, and that's why we're waiting, Madam Chair. She just needs to set up, and as soon as she gets set up, then we'll be ready to start.
Okay, let me know.
Okay.
Mr. Pearman, did you get the email that I forwarded to you from Mr. Larson?
Yeah, and I think you just mentioned that's not necessary again, and so I would
Correct.
just do that.
Correct. I think I'll mention that so it's on the record.
Sure, makes sense.
Okay. You look very nice today, Teresa.
Thank you.
Is she set up yet, Teresa? We're still waiting for the court reporter, is that right?
Yeah, it'll be just a moment. Okay, Madam Chair, we are ready.
Okay. Screen just shrank on me and I don't know why. Okay, there we go. All right, start the recording, please.
It was started.
Okay, thank
Thank
you.
you.
All right, today is Wednesday, January 17th. We are in a continuance from yesterday's case, Chiquita Canyon LLC 6177-4 for a status report and modification on the order for abatement. All of the exhibits that are entered into evidence, that is the case today as well. It's my understanding also per counsel that the interpreters who have taken the oath, that also is carried over through today, since it's the same case. Also, my status as well is carried over per council. We don't have to have another vote on that. Also, any other evidence that was presented yesterday is also included for today. And I think that's everybody. It's my understanding that both counsel from district as well as from Chiquita right now are discussing one of the conditions and have requested that we give them at least 20 minutes to do so. So from this point, we're going to go ahead and give them the 20 minutes. And so we will stop the recording at 9:40 and we will come back at 10 o'clock. So that will give everybody also any extra time that they needed to go over the evidence and or documents that we have received. Okay, so I therefore move that we adjourn for at least 20 minutes and we come back at 10 o'clock. Okay, so we're off the record.
Recording stopped.
Are they back from their discussions?
Yes, Madam Chair, we are ready to start.
Okay, good. Okay, we are back on the record. So. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
Thank you. So we will resume the hearing for the AQMD versus Chiquita Canyon LLC case number 6177-4 regarding the status report and the modification for the order of abatement. It's my understanding that counsel from both sides have had a discussion. And Ms. Roberts, can you give us an overview of what was accomplished, hopefully?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'd be happy to. Just briefly, this is Catherine Roberts on behalf of the Executive Officer, along with my co-counsel, Mary Reichert. Both the parties have been engaging in significant discussions to get to a stipulation. We believe tentatively we have a stipulation on all conditions at this time. We are saying tentative, we are still doing final reviews. And if necessary, the parties might request a brief recess just to address final language, but we do believe there is a stipulation on all remaining conditions. So we do believe that will help streamline and expedite the hearing. Just as a reminder, the board would only be looking for good cause in the event that is a fully stipulated modification that's being requested. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we have names of counsel who's there on behalf of the district and who will be representing Chiquita Canyon.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Megan Morgan, along with my colleagues Jacob Dujinski, Lee Barton, and Julia Lee on behalf of Chiquita Canyon LLC.
Okay, as I had mentioned before, all of the exhibits and testimony from yesterday will be carried over until today. And so therefore we can go ahead and do you need to make an opening statement, Catherine, other than what you've already said?
No, ma'am, I think we can continue. I believe we were on direct with Dr. Quick.
Yes, yes. Okay. So let's continue from that point. Board members, did you have any comments before we do begin that? Okay, if not,
No, we're ready for Dr. Quick.
thank you. Okay.
Are people in the back office working on the joint stipulation? At some point, you'll advise us, you've got something for us to look at today? Is that the plan?
Yes, that is the intention, is we should submit something to you relatively soon.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, go ahead. You can continue.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Quick. I just want to confirm that you are still under oath from yesterday. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yesterday, we were discussing the health effects.
I'm sorry. Can I please have her re-spell her name? We have a
Oh, a
new
new court reporter. Yes, sure.
thank you.
Can you please state and spell your name?
Nicole Quick, NICHOLEQUICK.
Do you also need her title? Or no, just that for the record. Okay, thank you. We were discussing the health effects that were experienced by the community and potential health impacts of various pollutants. Can you just kind of discuss how we look at the health effects that may be experienced by a population?
Sure. When we're looking at a human health screening involving a situation like this, we often look at cancer and non-cancer toxicologic effects as well. In this case, that's critically important are the sort of acute effects of exposures to odorants. And as I said yesterday, those are could be anything from nausea, headaches, respiratory irritation, and so forth. So there's really three categories that we're looking at.
And so those are, as you mentioned, you said cancer, and then you said non-cancer, and then you also said exposure to odorant. So those are the three categories?
Yeah, in general, we want to make sure that an assessment is looking at both the cancer and non-cancer effects. And then also there is known health symptoms related to exposure to odorants.
Okay, and so there's a distinction between symptoms that somebody may experience that would be uncomfortable and cause an impact to someone's health, but might not lead, say, to a long-term disease or long-term effects that last beyond the time of exposure.
Correct. You'd expect exposure to landfill gas or hydrogen sulfide at the levels that we're expecting to see in this current situation, that people would have temporary symptoms that would sort of go away once the exposure stops.
Okay, thank you so much. We've also heard some testimony about some elevated benzene levels. Can you briefly just discuss, or as long as you need to, to discuss the concerns with exposure to benzene?
Yeah, I think benzene is one of the compounds that we're specifically worried about in a situation like this. I think you all heard testimony yesterday that benzene often is one of the biggest contributors to the cancer risk, including just in the air basin in general. So benzene elevation would be something we'd be worried about and would want to have further sort of characterized and quantified as far as ongoing benzene elevation. Benzene is a known human carcinogen, so it's a cancer-causing agent.
Okay, and we did hear some talk about the RELs. Could you tell us again what a REL is?
Sure. So when we're talking about, there's various ways to look at sort of levels of something like benzene or hydrogen sulfide. And we were specifically yesterday talking a lot about the OEHA values for both H2S and benzene. And those would be sort of exposure thresholds where you're expecting a certain either symptom oh, that was weird. Either an effect to take place.
Okay, thank you. And do you know what the exposure threshold is for benzene?
Yeah, for OEHA, the acute, and that's based on the acute REL is 8, and we went over this in depth yesterday. Both the 8-hour and the chronic is 1 ppb for benzene.
Thank you. And I'm going to briefly just discuss, this is something that we'll see when we show the new conditions, a condition that is going to be in the revisions to the stipulated conditions. And I just wanted to address it with you so that we can discuss why this was added. Relating to the reaction committee, we added some language about some considerations that the public health member should take into consideration in their evaluations. And I'm just gonna, I don't know if should we share this? It would be easier, or should I just read it? I'll read it. If you want me to share the screen so it's easier, let me know. The public health member shall, at a minimum, apply CAAQS, the CACS, and OEHA reference exposure levels in performing analyses of potential health impacts or effects and in reaching conclusions. And I'll take that first sentence. Can you explain why that's important?
Yeah, I think it's really important that in California, we use OEHA, that is our state regulatory body, and it also drives a lot of the decisions and rulemaking that comes out from regulatory agencies. So taking those levels is important. They're also health protective. So I think it's important when we're looking at a public health perspective to take the most health protective level into consideration.
Thank you. And then the second sentence that we added says that the public health member shall also include in any human health screening evaluation an odor assessment evaluating the potential health impact of exposure to odorants in addition to cancer and non-cancer risk determination. And can you explain why that's an important consideration?
Yeah, this is important because we recognize in some cases that it's critically important to look at the cancer and non-cancer health effects. That's kind of a standard. But in this case, when we're talking about nuisance related to odor, doing an odor assessment and having that be part of the criteria we look at, I think is important for evaluating effective measures we're taking to reduce this impact on public health.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time for Dr. Quick.
Okay, and board members, did you have any other
Nope.
questions?
First.
Madam Chair, I think
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, let's go ahead and go with the council from Chiquita.
Madam Chair, you can skip us as well. We don't have any questions for Dr. Quick. Thank you.
Okay, all right. All right, board members, do you have questions for Dr. Quick?
Yes, Madam Chair, Dr. Abraham here.
Thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Abraham.
Thank you so much, Dr. Quigg, and thank you for all of your service to the Department of Public Health and all that the DPH has done for the county, keeping us safe and healthy. Question, we've heard from a lot of community members, they're closing their windows, they're turning up their air conditioners. They feel that this may be a strategy to protect themselves. Why is indoor air quality something to consider, and that isn't necessarily the strategy for protecting members that may be living close to the landfill?
Yeah, I mean, there are measures that individuals can take to improve their indoor air quality by closing up, running HEPA filter and so forth. But really the solution here is to solve the odors from entering the community in the first place. We don't really, from a public health perspective, want to tell everybody that they're going to need to stay inside and never go outside. So I think that's important. There are measures that they can take to reduce the impact inside, but overall, we want to see from a public health perspective a decrease in this impact to community.
Great, I just brought that up because often when we look at indoor air quality, it may be even poorer than outdoor air quality. So what we may think is protective or strategies for prevention may not be. The last thing I was just going to mention were, are there any health harms to pregnant people for benzene or for hydrogen sulfide, and also for perhaps breastfeeding people or fertility, for example?
Yeah, absolutely. When we do health assessments, sensitive receptors, so that may be pregnant individuals or individuals with underlying health conditions, those are taken into account. And yes, there is different susceptibilities of individuals to these compounds. When looking at something like benzene and looking at the levels in some of the calculations of what sort of those levels are for acute and chronic, it does take into consideration third trimester exposure to that individual. But I think the takeaway from this is there are differing susceptibilities amongst individuals for this.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions, board members?
Yes, Madam Chair, I do have morning,
Mr.
Dr. Quigg.
Alcantara?
I think you mentioned that it is important to characterize and quantify the risk, correct? And they should use the OHIA method to do that, correct? And to calculate the hazard index and the MICR, maximum individual cancer risk.
Yeah, what I was saying is it's important when we're looking at the health effects to community, we want to look at the cancer and non-cancer health risks, and the levels that we would like those public health assessments done are the OEHA.
Right. Yes. And to your knowledge, has that been done so far?
I think I can speak to what the county's doing. So the county is doing an independent human health assessment, and those are the values that will be used in that. That's in progress right now. Specifically to what Chiquita's used in their evaluation, I think I should defer to them to speak to that.
Okay. Once public health finishes that, will public health go with a Prop 65 notice if the numbers are high to inform the public what they're exposed to and what the risks are?
A good question. I believe a Prop 65 notice would probably come from the AQMD if they were finding levels of benzene, but I would say it's fair to say if there's levels that are concerning that would necessitate a Prop 65, yes, that notification would take place.
So yesterday we saw in the graph, and I think you were here, that Dr. Dutz showed a high level of benzene at different locations. And while I think those are numbers, and I think his job is to look at those numbers and compare with the mates, no risk, he didn't quantify, of course, that's not his area of expertise. So is that something that then you're saying that the agency should be taking the responsibility of quantifying and doing a Prop 65 notice if the numbers are high?
Yeah, I think, and I'm going to let the attorneys here jump in if I'm wrong, that elevated benzene level necessitates more investigation. So if there's consistently elevated benzene in the community, then yes, that would necessitate further action, including Prop 65.
Okay. And to your knowledge, no Prop 65 has been done so far?
Not to my knowledge, but I'll let you.
Yeah. Can I take you to and I'm not sure if this is a revised, I'm looking at the exhibit that we got yesterday on the proposed condition. And this is for 25, thought I wrote it, 12D6. Is that being revised?
Yes.
Or? Okay. So is that the one you just talked about?
Yes. So
So is that language completely changed or is it?
12D.
The new report is not changed.
The report's not changed, no.
So
I was like, what?
12D6 should be the same.
The same, okay. And Dr. Quick, have you had an opportunity to look at that condition?
Where's
If we
all my
can put
papers?
it up,
Yeah, I can
then-
put it, I
yeah.
can give it to you. Hold on.
Okay.
Where's
Sorry, let me pull it
6? Is this it? A health report of health? Yeah, this is it.
Let me pull it up on screen.
Yeah, maybe if you can pull it up on the screen. I can just briefly let you know that a Prop 65 notice was not performed or was not issued. I don't know if you want to go into more details, but an analysis was done and it was determined to not be warranted.
Yeah.
That's just notification.
Notification, okay. Okay. Yes.
So here it says a report of health impacts from ongoing and long-term exposure, and it's only focused on hydrogen sulfide, and it says other species of compounds and any other hazardous. So when you say health report, so is that talking about conducting a health risk assessment and the report from the health risk assessment, or what is that report in your mind that will be conducted and reported?
Yeah, well, my read of this is that it's hydrogen sulfide, other sulfur compounds, and any other hazardous air pollutants as defined by the Clean Air Act, or any that were detected in essentially the flux study or emission. So yeah, go ahead.
Or the leachate.
Or the leachate. So yeah, and the way this reads to me is that any sort of potential toxic output from the landfill needs to be assessed for the human health impacts.
And they would do that using OEA's methodology for cancer, non-cancer health impacts?
Yeah.
In there.
Because the reference here is to
Yeah,
look
because
at.
it says that will refer back to the other, I believe, condition where OEA screening values will be utilized.
Well, but it says screening published by US EPA.
Or other applicable screening values.
Right, because that, if I just may, because this is more of a legal question about the conditions, that will refer back to the requirements of 30 or 12A4.
I have this pulled up on screen. This
If
is
you-
actually a change.
This is the
I can
change.
increase-
Okay.
This is again tentatively stipulated. We are doing the final review. Sorry, so that it's clear for those on Zoom. This is tentatively stipulated language. It is new. But we are still in final review, so there might be some minor changes to this if necessary. I
Right.
just want to make that clear.
So these will be additional, these are additional requirements.
And Dr. Quick, I think it refers to the REL levels, but it didn't talk about the cancer potency number also, because benzene has, there's several compounds that was listed on table 5.5 that looks at cancer, cancer causing compounds. So besides the REL, they should also look at the cancer potency and conduct a risk assessment based on cancer potency and RELs.
Yeah, I agree. And I think the wording of this by US EPA or other applicable screening values, I think is important.
Or is it
Yeah.
more clear if we specifically say OHIA first and, because OHIA is the go-to where we use for conducting risk assessment. When you talk about other USP, there's no reference to what document that is, which, established procedure there is. OHIA is already known and there's procedures set in place.
Yeah.
Would you agree that
I
might be
think that's a legal question for the group, whether or not they feel that would need to be clarified.
Because if there is the EPA, then I think there should be more specificity on the type of screening value, what the document is and what they should use. Otherwise, there's so many IRIS and so many other databases that EPA has established that it's not clear which one they should have to use.
So I can speak to the legal aspect of what this A4, which is a broad overarching, anytime the public health consultant is doing a study, this would apply. From the district's perspective, the reason that they would apply the CACS, the California Air Quality Standards, as well as OEHA reference exposure levels. I'm happy to add also toxicity criteria to that as well, but in performing their analyses and in reaching conclusions, right? So the idea is that the public health consultant might consult other sources that have, other different competing, exposure levels that studies would support, right? They might look to EPA set levels, they might look to industry set levels, OSHA levels. There's a lot of regulatory agencies, but in drawing conclusions, they will at a minimum apply the OEHA standards because that's what we're governed by here in California.
Okay.
That's the intent, and I will defer to the respondent to add if they feel differently.
I think that's accurate.
Okay, yeah, and I think with the specificity that OHIA is, because OHIA, when they did the evaluation, they looked at all the other databases and came and looked at all the studies and in coming up with the RELs and the cancer potency values. So it's not, so I wouldn't characterize as toxicity. It would be the cancer potency factor and RELs. So those are the two metrics that you use to calculate both the hazard index and the MICR and quantify, because in table 5.5 in the document that was provided, there's a list of compounds. Most of them are for non-cancer, but there are several of them are causes cancer. So there should be a characterization of the risk and maximum individual cancer risk, and also the non-cancer, which is the hazard index for acute and chronic in the document that is prepared. And that's what I wanted to ask Dr. Quick if she agrees with that. That should be the.
Which I guess my question also would be, OEHA takes into consideration the cancer potency and setting their levels. So is the concern about calling out specific also referring to the table as far as evaluation? Maybe we should pull up the table 5. Okay.
Sorry.
And I think, well, Mr. Reichert is pulling up. I think the way it's worded is good because it's not limited to what table 5.5, table 5.5 is identified what they've so far, but if they're additional, they can add that to it, but I think table 5.5 does list in the mission summary. Yes, so, so there's the benzene and ethyl benzene, those two are known to cause cancer. So the quantification for the health risk for cancer should be based on, that. And then and then there's several that have acute and chronic. Not all of them have values with OER, for example, acetone. So there's no number, there cannot be any characterization.
Okay.
But what there is values in OER, whoever's conducting the risk assessment, if they follow OER methodology, will capture everything, I believe.
Yeah, so I think I understand your question. Now, your question was, are we capturing all of them that may or may not have an acute and chronic OEHA, and does OEHA take into consideration the cancer potency to make sure we're capturing all of that? And I think the answer is yes, but the wording in here that's critical is essentially it's US EPA or other applicable screening values, because there are cases where there is not a US EPA and or OEHA. Like we run into that with some of the sulfur compounds. So we do want that taken into consideration, any available screening level that's health related for those. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, I didn't want the focus to be only the EPA screening,
Yes.
but also to include OEHA.
Yeah, and I think the cancer potency component goes into the OEHA sort of health protective for depending on which the compound is we're talking about.
Right. Okay. No, that's the clarification. Thank you.
Okay.
I think that's all I had. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, I do have a few questions. It was stated that, and I don't know who determined this, and that's what I want to know. In reference to Prop 65 coming from the AQMD, who determined that it was not warranted?
So Madam Chair, I don't know that Dr. Quick is the specific witness for that. I think we might have to go back and we could recall either Mr. Dutz and or Dr. Polidori. Essentially, I think Mr. Dutz did speak to this. He was unable to attest that there is a specific source attribution to the landfill. There's also some temporal concerns. This was a 24-hour sample, but we didn't have it within that 24 hours, right? So we became aware of the result multiple weeks later was Mr. Dutz's testimony. So there is a temporal component, but there's also a source attribution component. And if necessary, we can recall our monitoring and analysis division staff who would be able to kind of reiterate that
Well,
testimony.
what I want to know is who made that determination? Was it Mr. Dutz? Was it a group of people? Who actually said it's not warranted?
So, I mean, to give you the legal answer, who makes that is ultimately the executive officer on, advice from the executive council, which includes senior management from every division as well as legal counsel.
Is that what happened here?
Yes, that is what happened here.
Okay. And is that going to be reevaluated?
So that particular decision, I don't believe is going to be reevaluated. Management always evaluates any results that come in. I think Mr. Dutz testified that he is continuing to review any results that Chiquita provides based on the monitoring and sampling that they're doing. He does ongoing review of that.
Okay, so based on Prop 65, there's not going to be at this point in time any notification like that. Is that correct? Based on what the testimony has been, based on what the findings have been.
So there was not a Prop 65 notice on that particular sample result of benzene. That's what I can tell you. I don't know that I can guarantee you there won't be in the future, right? That's a decision that management reviews constantly and would have to make on the basis of the evidence that comes in. There was not, on the basis of determination of lack of source attribution, temporal concerns, not a Prop 65 notice for that particular benzene sample.
So is there a possibility that that can change?
There's always a possibility that on the basis of results, if it is warranted on the data, the executive management will issue a Prop 65 notice if necessary.
Okay. In reference to the changes that you and counsel for Chiquita made, are we going to get a copy of that? And if so, when are we going to get that?
It should be in a few minutes. It is still in final review. Yes, you absolutely will be getting a copy. That is our intention, probably within the hour.
Within the hour, okay. And that's the final review that you're talking about?
That would reflect all conditions as stipulated. We will submit as a red line so you can see the changes that the parties have made. You had the contested conditions kind of chart. You saw where we initially were. You'll be able to see in red lines where we ended up at on all of the contested points.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Roberts, and thank you, Ms. Quick, or Dr. Quick. Are there any other questions from
Yes,
board
sir.
members?
Yes, Madam Chair, just one quick comment is when the documents are presented to the hearing board, if they can be printed in color. Yesterday, the documents were not in color, so we had to cross-reference between computer monitors as well as hard copy paper. So we can just print the documentation in color. Just so, let me say it again so we're clear, because everybody's looking around. The documentation provided to the hearing board yesterday was not in color, and it said it would be. So here's an example. Just want to make sure for the record. Here's an example. It was not in color. So the documentation provided today, it was referenced, it would be redlined. If the documentation is redlined, then one would make an assumption it's red. Print it out in color so we can have an opportunity to review it expeditiously and not hold the hearing up today.
If I
Thank
may,
you.
Mr. Ali, it does take much longer to print in color, and the red lines are able to be seen in gray. So even though they're called red lines, they're still visible in the gray form, but we can do it in color. I'm just letting you know that will take a little bit of extra time. Because we don't have color copiers, we only have color printers.
Okay,
I'm just
however
letting you know.
long it takes, if we can get it in color.
That's
it
fine.
would
You just said
suffice.
to make it expeditious, so I was
Not a
just letting you
problem.
know.
Thank you very kindly. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Any other questions from other board members? Okay, let me also let the, and I don't know that if anything can be done from the IT people, but the camera picture that I'm seeing of the dais does not include Mr. Pearman and or Mr. Balagopalan. Is there any way to widen
It's
that-
showing up on our screen, Madam
It's
Chair.
not showing up on Zoom. Okay, it's not showing up
I'll do
for
that.
me and for whomever else is on Zoom. So if they can adjust the camera, because I cannot see when they're asking whether they want to ask a question, I can't see them. So if that anything can be done about that, great. If it can't, let's just go forward. All right, are there any other questions, Mr. Balagoplan or Mr. Pearman, since I can't see you?
No, Madam Chair, not from me.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you, Dr. Quick, very much for all of your very interesting and valid information. Okay, your next witness, Ms. Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The district will call Inspector Lawrence Israel.
Oh, shoot.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I was just saying, she's looking much better
Hold
than
on.
last time.
Okay, hold on. Excuse me, Madam Chair,
Yes.
this day. So I am watching the proceedings on Zoom and I can see the full dais. So
I don't know why I can't, but I can't.
Okay.
Okay. All right, Ms. Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Israel, could you state and spell your name for the record, please?
Lawrence Israel, Laurance, Israel, Israel.
And did you confirm that, actually, Madam Chair, I think he might need to take the oath. He was not previously testifying yesterday, and I don't know that an oath has been issued today. So can I ask that be issued an oath now?
All right, if there are any other members of the public in the audience and or people who are going to testify today who have not taken the oath yesterday, if you can please stand and raise your right hand. Okay, and members of the public also who are on the phone, if you are going to present testimony that you want entered into evidence and that you want that you are going to be possibly questioned, also please raise your right hand. Okay, do you swear under penalty of perjury that you will be telling the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I will.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Israel and Ms.
Thank you, Madam
Roberts.
Chair. Mr. Israel, can you remind us, what is your title with the district?
I'm a supervising air quality inspector and toxics and waste management team of Office of Compliance and Enforcement.
And how long have you been with the district in that capacity?
Approximately 14 months.
And how long have you been with the district total?
36 and a half years.
Now, how many of those 36 and a half years were spent where Chiquita Canyon was within your area that you were responsible for?
Approximately 33 years.
So it's fair to say you're pretty familiar with this facility, is that right?
Yes.
So you testified at the last abatement order hearing for us in September, is that right?
Yes.
So I want to start with kind of just a general update. This is an odor public nuisance. Can you give us kind of an update of how many complaints have you received from the public since the last hearing?
Approximately 4,800, give or take.
Okay, and given what your testimony was in September, that brings the 2023 average around to about 7,000 total complaints. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And how many notices of violation have been issued in total regarding this particular incident for violation of section 41-700 or 402?
I believe it's over 105. I know there was another one going to be issued today, and there was one issued yesterday.
Okay.
So it's probably 107. I might be off by one or two numbers.
Okay. So I'm gonna pull up one of our exhibits. This is exhibit number 4, and with the exceptions of those that you mentioned as just being issued either yesterday or today. Does this capture all of the NOVs that have been issued to Chiquita Canyon relating to this particular matter?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to just note that there's a couple of lines on here that are on that last column where it says the rule number of the violation are not listing 41700 or 402. There are a couple of other related violations. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to come back to those in a minute. So but I wanted to explain why we're seeing a total list of 113, but you're saying only about 107 of those are public nuisance. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay. So I want to talk about, as I think we mentioned, the purpose of this particular modification is to deal with leachate. Can you give us a background of what did you observe and when did you observe it with respect to leachate at this landfill?
Well, our direct observations for the leachate seepage occurred the first part of October. And we became aware of it after attending an interagency meeting where we were advised that there was some seepage occurring of leachate on the landfill. So the very next day, as a matter of fact, my inspector, Inspector Gerardo Viguera, and myself visited the landfill and met with the landfill staff and toured the areas where this was occurring.
So I want to pull up a couple of the exhibits again. I'm going to start with Exhibit 5. Are these that are submitted, are these pictures of what you and Inspector Vergara observed when you inspected the landfill?
Correct.
So just to kind of walk us through, essentially, what do we expect this landfill to look like, and how is what we're seeing different than what we would have expected?
Well, we didn't expect to see that. We were advised initially in this interagency meeting that there was some seepage, and I don't know what we were expecting to see, but we weren't expecting to see flowing leachate in this channel, pooling and ponding, it flowing out of the slope area. That was a complete surprise to us, quite frankly.
Okay. So I actually want to switch to my exhibits here and pull up, I think you actually captured a video of one of the things that you observed of. Can you kind of walk us through as I play this video, what exactly you observed?
Well, this video is on the western slope by the West Concrete Line channel. It's really, this is the area that's closest to the community of Valverde. Probably the closest residence is about 1,000 feet. And we observed directly leachate flowing into the channel, and it seemed to be coming out of the slope area. We couldn't get exactly that close to the where it was coming out of the slope area on this particular inspection. I tried to capture it as best I could with a video, but it was flowing from that location down gradient for quite a distance. And it also appeared that there was additional flow coming from points north of there that we didn't exactly observe on that particular day. That was later observed.
So you testified in September that kind of anytime you're at the reaction area, there's a pretty distinct smell that you are able to detect. Are you able to detect a different smell between or differentiate between the liquid that you're seeing flowing and the reaction area itself?
Yes.
Could you describe for us what's the smell of the liquid that you see in that channel that we saw in those videos?
Well, the leachate smell that we detected almost was like just this putrid, almost like a porta potty type of odor, which you would smell. It was pretty horrendous, actually. And I don't know how else better to describe it. The reaction odor is a little different. It was more like a sour milk odor. So
I
would describe it.
I think Mr. Dutz testified yesterday that he was immediately contacted by executive management kind of early October-ish for an incident response. Were you the point of person who kicked off that sort of incident response?
Well, I notified our management and I didn't personally
Okay.
notify Mr. Deutsch.
Did you personally notify your deputy executive officer?
Yes.
Okay. And from that, what was the basis of your concerns? What was the basis for saying maybe we need an incident response type investigation?
Well, there were significant odors coming from this area, and almost day to day, we're getting odor complaints in the community. And so just correlating those two together, it was of concern that maybe this was a source of odors that were not previously identified by us during our inspections and is potentially contributing to what's impacting the residents.
So after that initial time you went to the landfill to inspect in early October, did you ever see leachate again at the landfill?
Yes.
So I'm going to pull up another exhibit really quickly. Was this created by compliance staff, this sort of graph or chart?
Yes.
And is this sort of showing where you saw various types of leachate around the landfill?
Yes.
Can you walk us through kind of what were the different types of things that you saw of concern to compliance?
Well, if the top is north, those areas were not initially observed in the beginning of October. Towards the latter part of October, when we had conducted follow-up inspections, there was a much more extensive area on the north-facing slopes from the reaction area where we observed quite a bit of ponding and pooling of leachate, and also it flowing out of the base of wells into the north channel, which flows in the direction towards the northeast, which is in close proximity to the U.S. Postal Office's distribution center. And then there was what we observed on the west side that was flowing from the reaction area down to close proximity of cell number 8, that area where it was diked. The landfill operations personnel had put in a series of dikes to prevent it from further flowing. But we observed that it terminated around the vicinity of cell number 8.
And so I want to ask you, in the context of one of the conditions that is now going to be stipulated, is the district is asking that the leachate, there be daily inspections twice a day at a minimum, and then cleaning up or remediating any leachate that is found exposed daily. Can you speak to why would compliance request that sort of work to be done?
Well, we now know, and from our subsequent nuisance investigations, that this leachate is a significant factor in contributing odors, especially in the Valverde area. And these residents are complaining nonstop, 24 hours a day, about odors. And our thinking is that we need to stop this as soon as possible. They're being heavily impacted. And so requesting that the landfill do whatever measures are necessary continuously, rather than just delaying, especially over a weekend holiday, and preventing this from happening, just was something that was unconscionable to us. We need to have it corrected as soon as possible. And the best way is to be on top of it at every instance.
So you mentioned that you had seen this leachate exposed a few times, the first time starting in early October. Can you walk us through, did you notice the landfill, this with respect specifically to the leachate, getting better as we went on from, October to November to into December?
Well, throughout October, there were it was horrible. Into November, we did numerous inspections, including interagency inspections, joint inspections. I will add that my last inspection myself in the first part of December, there was significant improvement. We didn't notice the ponding as much, especially in the west area. I still noticed it in the north area that there was some seepage occurring, but it had greatly improved during my last visit, which was the first part of December.
Okay. So is it fair to say that we think, the odors are still probably going to be an issue, but that cleaning up the leachate daily would at least limit odors in some sense?
We believe so. We're still going to have the reaction area odors in the reaction area specifically. And we're getting complaints, and we have a nuisance violation as of today. So obviously it's still quite a bit of impact in the community. But I believe that by addressing the leachate, it will offer some relief. It's not going to be completely gone because we still have that happening. But if we can get them to prevent any future ponding, it'll be one factor that is addressing the issue of odors, and it's certainly in the right direction.
So I want to take you back to one last issue that's a little bit different from our normal discussions about 402. I want to ask you about specifically the NOV that's listed as number 97 on this list. Let me see if I can zoom in a bit. That's P75296. And I want to ask you about the rules that are specifically listed. Can you tell us what is Rule 1150?
Well, Rule 1150 applies to both active and inactive landfills and has to do with the excavation of buried waste material. And prior to performing excavation of such material, an excavation management plan, or EMP, needs to be issued.
And based on your investigations, does Chiquita Canyon Landfill currently have an approved excavation management plan, or EMP?
No, they do not.
Okay. Do you agree that Chiquita Canyon, to adequately and fully remediate the leachate specifically, but also do the other work that they're doing in the reactionary to remediate the reaction, are going to need to do excavation at some point?
Yeah, any of that may require excavation, and in so doing, there's going to be buried waste potentially impacted, and that would fall under the purview of Rule 1150.
Okay.
EMP.
So was this particular NOV issued because Chiquita has actually started doing some of that remediation?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And just in the terms of, this is an odor nuisance abatement order. Can you just talk us through why did we consider this 1150 get a plan? Why did we put that into this abatement order that we're putting a whole series of conditions on 1150 type measures?
Well, I think the primary focus was that they were excavating in the west slope area of the reaction area, buried waste material that had been buried there for a number of years prior. And it is particularly odorous, and it was being done unabated and on a large scale. And all this exposed refuse was being moved from this reaction area to the working phase. So all this additional odors are being generated from this exposed refuse is impacting the community on a day-to-day basis. And for us, we're responding to odor complaints. This was we believe, a significant factor, and especially the Val Verde area. And that's one of the reasons why we wanted to include such conditions.
Okay, so is it fair to say that kind of the intent and purpose of Rule 1150 is excavations of a landfill are kind of always going to involve some sort of concerns with odor?
That's correct.
Okay, so incorporating a whole suite of mitigation in the interim, is that designed around allowing Chiquita the ability to do the excavation necessary for remediation, but while still coming up with ways to reduce odor, even though they don't currently, as we sit here, have one of those approved plans?
Correct. I mean, the idea is, we want them to fix the problem. And in fixing the problem, they're going to be excavating this material. And in so doing, it needs to be controlled. And that's the purpose of the 1150 permit.
And to be clear, the abatement order also requires them to go through the normal process to apply and get one of these plans that would take over once they have one. Is that right?
Correct. That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions for Inspector Israel.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, okay, Ms. Morgan or Mr. Juczynski?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Mr. Israel, I have just a few questions for you. Thank you for being here first, and thank you for your service as always. Mr. Israel, when you or another AQMD inspector go on site at Chiquita to confirm a Rule 402 violation, you trace the odor to its source. Is that right?
Correct.
And in this case, that would be the reaction area, correct?
Correct.
Were you on site in August or September?
Yes.
And were other inspectors on site in those months?
Yes.
Based on the chart Ms. Roberts showed us, it seems like they're on site quite a bit in August and September, correct?
Correct.
And when you went to the reaction area, did you notice the movement at the western slope caused by the pressure in the reaction area?
No, I did not. I'm not aware of any other inspector inspecting all those areas on the western slope at that time.
Were you aware that Chiquita moved over 20 million pounds of material eventually to correct that issue?
Since September or since October, are you referring to, or
Throughout
before
the
that?
process.
I'm not aware of how much tonnage was removed. I'm aware of the activity occurring since October, which was based on our observations.
Because as you mentioned, when you were there in September, even if it was ongoing, you didn't see it.
I'm not aware of it occurring in September, so we didn't see it.
And you did eventually observe Chiquita conducting that excavation?
Yes.
And you testified that that excavation was unabated, and you're referring to the fact that there was not an active 1150 plan, correct?
Correct.
Did you speak with anyone at Chiquita about the mitigation measures they were employing?
Yes.
Who did you speak with?
Our primary point of contact has been Nicole Ward, who's the assistant district manager, and on occasion, Steve Casulo, who is the district manager.
So they did explain to you that there were measures they were employing?
That's correct. There was discussion of what measures, but it wasn't part of a work plan that we had approved or reviewed.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Israel. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Board members? Are there any questions from board members?
Yes, this morning, Madam Chair, morning.
Good morning.
Just in one of the reports or the declaration we got from, I think it's Mr. Neil Bolton, he said that there's settlement about 25 feet and it's going at a rate of 3 feet per month. Did you notice that area where there was that settlement, 20 feet of settlement of the landfill?
Yes.
And what impact and how did they remedy that, or what impact did that settlement have towards causing odors and so forth?
Well, I think that's part of the whole process, the whole reaction process. To what specific effects, I don't know if I can answer that, but it's quite observable. It's quite obvious, this settlement. Looks like a bowl up there. And you walk throughout that area, you're inundated with these odors, not necessarily the leachate odors, but from the reaction area, that kind of sour milk odor.
Actually, I'm glad you brought that up and distinguished, in the odor panel and the study, I mean, what is that, odor patrol that Chiquita has, they've been trained to do. Should that be revised to include this different type so they can differentiate between the landfill versus the leachate versus, the the reaction gas, you think, or would they not be able to differentiate?
I don't know if I can answer that simply yes or no. When they're out there doing their patrols, they're detecting odors wherever. I mean, I don't know how helpful that would be if, you know, we're getting a reaction odor right now here versus a leachate odor, other than if there's continuous flow of leachate. That didn't seem to be the case when I was out there in December, where we had all that ponding that seemed to have been eliminated to some degree.
So you don't think it's useful for them to notify you there's a leachate odor, and so that can focus you to where to go?
Well, I mean, we're out there really to verify whether we have a nuisance, whether it's coming from a leachate odor versus a reaction odor versus excavated soil odor. If the inspector who goes out there is granted access to a specific area and can actually differentiate, yes, I'm smelling a reaction odor in the community. I don't think we've been that specific. I think we've been more in line with we're detecting odors in the community.
But in your experience, they're quite distinct. The reaction area versus the leachate versus the landfill gas.
Yeah.
Okay. So when you were there in the pictures we saw where there was the flow, like river, what was Chiquita doing at that time? What were they trying to dike it? Were they trying to put dirt on it? What was the remediation or mitigation that Chiquita was doing while that was happening?
Well, that's a good question. Now, in the Western Slope areas, that area, there was locations where it was diked, so it wasn't flowing past the area in the vicinity of cell 8, as I had mentioned. It seemed to be free flowing at that time. This is before any real mitigation measures had been put into effect in the beginning of October. I mean, it changed within weeks of that, but there was quite a bit of areas where the leachate was bubbling out at high temperatures because you could see the steam rising from these vents. On the north side, which was observed later in October, we didn't observe any real activity occurring at that point. It seemed like the leachate was flowing out pretty much, and there was no effort at that time to prevent any ponding or anything like that. What we did observe is that the leachate was going into the north channel, flowing down gradient to a point within a few hundred, maybe 500 yards or so of the footprint of the landfill towards the US Post Office. That area had been diked, so we didn't observe any flow past that.
And I'm sure, Ms. Roberts, are you planning to show that video of the bubbling? These.
I can pull it up if you'd like.
Good, yes. I think there was quite dramatic footage. I wanted to ask Mr. Israel about that.
Just one second, please.
It's not this one, I'm sorry. It's the one from the wellhead. It was like a volcanic activity kind of thing.
Oh, you mean the geyser?
The geyser, okay, yeah, sorry. I wanted to know if Mr. Israel observed that and what that well number is.
Yeah, I did take that video.
You took that video. Have you, in your 33 years, have you seen anything like this anywhere else?
No, I have not.
What was your impression when you saw that?
Well, we were out there doing a joint inspection with the US EPA. I don't think any of us had ever seen that before. There was my two inspectors, myself, and representatives from the US EPA. It was a complete surprise to see that, but I gather with all the pressure buildup from the reaction, all the liquid that wasn't being collected, it's not surprising.
Do you know what well number that was? Is that 54?
You know, off the top of my head, I don't have that number.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I wanted to compare with the temperature chart. That's okay. Now, do you know if subsequent to that, are they able to predict and a wellhead they might have a geyser like that? Do you know if, have you talked to them so they can take proactive measures based on pressure buildup and so forth? You know, it's going to take the path of least resistance and blow up, but do you know if there was any discussion on that?
Well, I don't think I've had a discussion with them about whether they're able to predict which wells might have a geyser. The pressure buildup is such that this would occur. I think you probably have to ask their experts on that.
Okay. And let's see. No, I think that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Israel.
Thank you, Mr. Balagopalan. Any other board members have questions? Okay,
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I missed one. I wanted to ask a question on one Exhibit 11.
Go ahead, Mr. Balagopalan.
I'll wait for Ms. Reichert to get her attention. Oh, okay. Sorry, Ms. Roberts. Yeah, she controls the laptop. So.
By the way, are we going to be shown all of these videos at one point or another?
Yeah, we were given we were sent those files.
On the video. I hadn't seen the geyser one.
Yeah, it was part of the.
Remarkable.
Yes, those are all in evidence. They should have been submitted via email. It was a Dropbox link. So obviously
Yeah,
on
I do
paper,
have
you
that.
don't have the video. It should just be a placeholder. But all the pictures and the videos were submitted into evidence.
So Roberts, could you please pull up Exhibit 11?
Yes. I think that's 11. Yes.
Yeah, that's
sorry.
And Mr. Israel, are you the one who took this picture?
Yes.
And this is can you describe what this is, the channel?
Well, this is ponding leachate. This is on the north channel, or the north perimeter of the landfill. This is the one that goes down gradient from the slope area where there was a video. It showed a well with some leachate bubbling out. It was flowing into this channel down gradient, and this is probably about maybe 1,500 feet, give or take, from the boundary of the landfill where you have the U.S. Post Office property.
So where does it flow to? To a pond where the catchment area where they
Correct.
and then pump it out?
Correct.
Is that so? Approximately how long is this channel? Would you know roughly?
Oh, I would say at least 1,000 feet.
1,000 feet. Okay. And so when there is leachate runoff, it'll fill up in that area and it'll flow. And was there wind at that time? Any wind movement at that period when you were there?
Well, there were times when we did inspections, there was Santa Ana wind conditions and other wind conditions, yes.
In your professional opinion, and I'm not saying to cover it, but if a plastic cover or some cover is put on top of the drainage area, will that help minimize the stripping action from the wind of the material from the leachate?
I don't think covering it would have helped. I think the best thing is what we would have preferred to see is that they actively had pumped all this out and not allow it to accumulate to this degree.
Okay. But then if it's flowing, the channel will be, you're fighting you got to keep pumping while the material, it's flowing, correct?
Precisely.
And so, and my question was, there is stripping action when the wind blows, which carries it, whether having like a shield, not, something very simple that helps to at least prevent some of the stripping action. Do you think that is a useful thing or no?
I don't know, I guess because I haven't seen this ever before,
Okay.
any mitigation measures, but nothing was being done with this channel at that time. It was just that, what our observations were.
And where were you in reference to this when you took the picture?
I was standing, actually, there's a service road, the area crosses over where it had been diked. So I was standing on that service road.
And they had how many pumps working and they were pumping it into tankers? Is that what they were doing?
Not at that location. We didn't observe any tanks at the time in that location. They were on the western side. This is the north.
Okay. So how did they remove the leachate then?
Well, eventually it was pumped from this area.
Okay, eventually.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a quick question, Ms.?
Go ahead, Dr. Abraham.
Thank you so much, Mr. Israel. I was just curious, when you or your colleagues go out there, do y'all wear any sort of personal protective equipment or?
Well, now we do. At first,
Respirators or-
yeah, at first, when we were going out there investigating public nuisance, we weren't walking too much through the reaction area. Subsequent to that, in mid-October, the times that we've gone out there, we were wearing PPE.
Okay, specifically respirators or?
Correct.
Okay, and did any of your colleagues or anyone from AQMD experience any of those acute symptoms that we've heard about from public health, the types of things that you might experience from exposure to benzene or hydrogen sulfide or others?
I'm not aware of anybody that I supervise has complained about, other than headaches, but that could be from just being out in the hot sun too. But not specifically nausea or any of the effects that were previously testified about, that I'm aware of.
Okay, and the last thing I was going to ask was, so you mentioned temperatures. We've heard previously about wind, maybe precipitation. Are those the variables that might affect what you observe or the flow or I guess the sampling?
Well, I think sure, all of those.
Are there other variables that we haven't discussed yet or?
No, pretty much that would cover it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, just a quick question of.
Miss, are you through with, well, first, are you through, Dr. Abraham?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Ali?
Just a quick question, sir. So when the leachate is pumped, where does it go? And how is it remediated wherever it goes?
Okay, well, our observations there is that they have tanker trucks, that they were continuously during work hours pumping, and they had holding tanks, 20,000, 21,000 gallon tanks that they were being pumped into temporarily. And then from there, they were being transported to a number of locations offsite. So none of it was being treated on site.
So earlier you testified, and this is the last question, Madam Chair. Earlier you testified that if there's some excavation, then now that's another rule that they may be potentially violating, or another rule that would provide a measure of instruction for them to provide some remediation and mediation, et cetera. So can you kind of expound on that a little bit further?
Well, you'll probably hear testimony on the construction of the French drain. The idea was to better capture the leachate and have it be collected by the system that's in place rather than having it continuously flow into the channels and on the slope areas. The purpose of that construction is why this excavation work was occurring. And as a result of that, that's why the Rule 1150 was applied here.
Okay, and so one would then assume that within the new findings and the stipulations, or the new stipulations, we would correct a lot of these issues. Okay, so just, I said that was the last question, but when you made this other point, it kind of encouraged me to ask this question. So there was a plan in place. There was a prior plan in place, and they simply negated to follow that plan as far as the collection of leachate. Is that what you're saying?
No, I was referring to their idea was the way it's explained to us, they wanted to construct a French drain so that the leachate would be captured and controlled within the design of the landfill, the way the landfill is designed to collect leachate and have it flow internally and be collected, rather than this, what the reaction's doing, it's flowing out on these slope areas. And so to mitigate that and do this construction, they went ahead and constructed this French drain, and that impacted the buried waste in this slope area. And that's where Rule 1150 was applicable. So they didn't have a plan for 1150 to do that excavation.
I appreciate it. It's kind of what I thought.
Hope that
were
helps.
saying. No, it does help. It helps immensely. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. I do have some questions, Mr. Israel, and thank you very much for honestly being brave and going out there and knowing that you also, the inspectors also are being exposed to all of this. My question goes to, and if Ms. Roberts, if you can put up that map that had the descriptions of the actual locations and where the residential areas were. Thank you. Okay. So the leachate that you observed, Mr. Israel, was over on the right side, correct? Above the, where it says California 91384?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the NOVs that have been coming out most recently, and okay, if you can kind of, okay, the Valverde community. Where are the NOVs coming from most recently? Are they coming from the Valverde area?
The majority of complaints that have resulted in nuisance violations of recent have been coming primarily from Valverde. There's been a number of complaints from Live Oak and Hasley Hills, but it appears that the most recent violations. Now, I was gone for a few weeks, so I can't speak directly. Just what was happening before, from October into December, and then the last couple NOVs have been primarily Valverde residents.
Okay, and that's over by where the bubbling well H54 was observed.
That was more towards the left, lower left. That is the western slope area of the reaction area. Now, it may be contributing from the north area too, but I had done an inspection up there in the first part of December, and it was pretty much dry, the channel. So that area, all that leachate had been pumped out.
Okay, so how many total points of where the leachate is escaping, if you will, are there on the perimeters of the landfill?
Well, I don't know if I can give a number of how many. I mean, we observed quite a number on the west side and on the north side.
If you can give us
initially
a
in October and
ballpark.
November.
Can you give me a ballpark?
I would say maybe a dozen or more.
Okay, so if there's 12 of these points of escape, if you will, of the leachate, how and where were they going to be able to construct a French drain so that all of these, let's say 12 or more points would fall into this French drain? They could collect it and then, I guess, truck it away? Is that how that occurs?
Yeah, I don't know if I can answer that question. The French drain construction that we observed was mostly on the west facing slope, just above the west concrete line channel. I'm not aware of any other areas where they've constructed a French drain. It seems to be just in that
kind of
one area.
impossible. With that many points, I don't understand how they, and I'm sure this is going to go to questions from their witnesses, with that many points, how they're going to construct a French drain, or they're going to have to construct several to be able to collect the leachate. Do you agree with that?
Well, the construction that's already been, I believe, completed over on the west-facing slope, my observations back in December were that we didn't really, I wasn't not observing any ponding in those areas. The same thing goes on the north. I mean, there were a couple places where it was bubbling out on the north slope areas, but not into the channel. So I'm not saying that they've corrected the problem 100%. There may be, because this reaction is still occurring, there may be other areas where it's going to start bubbling out. But the majority of what we observed in October was not what we observed, or I observed in December.
Okay.
So I can't speak for the further construction or whether that's going to correct everything. So far, what we observed was a lot better than what we initially observed.
All right, so your discussions were with either Steve Casulo or Nicole Ward. What was the conversation? Did it include the leachate escaping from these areas?
Yes.
All right, so what was their either reaction or explanation?
I'm sorry, the explanation for why it was occurring, or?
Well, why it was occurring and what they were doing about it.
Okay, well, what they were doing about it is they described they were going to be constructing this French drain in order to allow the leachate to flow back into the landfill. Basically, there was so much liquid in the landfill itself that wasn't being collected. And as a result of this reaction and issues with the gas collection system, you had this bubbling or boiling liquid coming out of the seams of the landfill. They didn't have the capacity to collect and process all of the landfill gas. That's the reason why they had this pressure buildup and that this was occurring.
Okay, so the other thing I wanted to clarify, all of the inspections that you have done and your in-depth knowledge of this landfill, was this the first time that you saw any escape of leachate in this manner?
Yes, when we went out there October 6th, that was the first time I had ever seen this occur.
And I'm assuming here that you were quite surprised with what you did see.
Yes.
Have you inspected any other landfills within the AQMD service territory, if you will?
Yes.
Have you ever seen this at any other landfill?
I've seen leachate at other landfills, but not to this degree, certainly.
And about how long ago was that?
The first part of 2023 at another landfill.
Okay, so to your knowledge, is there any technology that is presently existing, that either another landfill has utilized? Of course, I understand not to this extent, but what other solutions are there that either we're not discussing or that we don't know that they are doing? Do you know of anything of that nature?
No, I don't think I'm an expert in how to repair or predict leachate seeps.
No, it's not so that I'm not expecting you to like discuss in the future. I'm just wanting to know what you saw in the past and what they did.
What we saw and what I've seen in the past was pretty localized. Usually at the interface, it's usually after a pretty heavy rain event. And we had a lot of significant rain events the first part of 2023. So there was another landfill that I had inspected, and it was primarily where there was areas where there was a lot of erosion, and it was at the interface with the liner where this erosion occurred. And there was seepage of leachate that occurred. Not to this degree, though.
The film that was shown in reference to the geyser that you also observed, did you have a discussion with either Mr. Casulo or Ms. Ward in regards to that?
Yes.
And what was their explanation of that particular site?
Well, I don't think, I mean, I can't remember exactly. It wasn't due to the drilling of a new well. They were replacing or cleaning out a water trap, and the pressure buildup underneath this particular well. Apparently it's happened a couple times at other wells in the previous months, but this was the first that we directly observed.
Okay. All right. Those are all my questions. Thank you so much, Mr. Israel, for your service.
Madam Chair, can I do a
Yes.
brief redirect? I have just a couple of follow-up questions, if
Yes,
that's okay.
let me just finish my sentence.
Sorry.
And then you can go ahead. I just wanted to thank you, Mr. Israel, for all of your work for all of these years in reference not only to this a landfill, but all of the others that you've observed and put yourself out there and in jeopardy. So thank you so much. Okay, Ms. Roberts, you can redirect.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Inspector Israel, you mentioned that you first saw this on October 6th of last year. Is that right?
Correct.
And you also said that you regularly check in. You mentioned two people, Nicole Ward and Steve Casulo, who are kind of in charge of daily operations at the landfill that you talked to.
Correct.
Did you reach out to either of those people to ask them about this on October 6th?
Yes.
I'm going to pull up an exhibit really briefly. This is exhibit number 8. Is this a copy of the email that you sent to Nicole Ward about the leachate that you observed on October 6th?
Yes.
So what was the things that you wanted to know that you are asking Miss Ward?
Well, we wanted to know to what extent this was occurring, how long this has been occurring, how much leachate was coming out. Had any of this material been tested, because we realized it was the result of the pressure buildup from a reaction? Just some very general questions.
Did Miss Ward ever respond to this email?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm gonna scroll up to the rest of it. Is this the response that she provided? She provided an answer to your emails?
Yes.
And so just to clarify, just so that we understand the timeline, when was the leachate first happening according to the landfill?
Well, in Nicole's response, she had mentioned that there was some seepage occurring the previous year, sometime in mid to fall of 2022. But in the areas that we directly observed, the leachate seepage had been occurring since April.
And I think a couple of different board members actually have asked a question of what happens, what are they doing with the leachate? Did Ms. Ward address that question as well as what are we doing with this?
Yes.
And could you briefly describe what are they doing?
Well, as I mentioned before, that especially in the channels where it was pooling or ponding, they were using tanker trucks to pump it out and transport it to a series of storage tanks located in the vicinity of cell number 8. And from there, it would be pumped out from those tanks and transported to one of several facilities for disposition.
Okay, I'm going to show you another exhibit. Let me see if I can get the whole thing. Is this picture kind of an example of what we're calling these tanker trucks, or I think Ms. Ward may have referred to them as vacuum trucks? Is that an example of what we're seeing?
Yes.
So you were discussing with board member Balagopalan about should we cover these? And you said you think tanker trucks is the better option. Is that right?
Cover meaning?
Cover the storm channel drainage area, this concrete line thing, I think was his question to you.
Well, we don't want to see any of this stuff ponding or pooling like we did here. It just seemed like it wasn't being removed fast enough. And if this had been occurring over a period of months, and we were detecting odors throughout this period of time in the community, we just wanted this completely eliminated as soon as possible.
So is it fair to say that the conditions that we have crafted today, they're focusing almost entirely on inspect to see if there's leachate, and if there's leachate, use any means necessary, including these tanker trucks or vacuum trucks, to immediately get the leachate out of being exposed to the open air?
Yeah, I mean that's really what we're trying to focus on. I mean, look, when I was there in December, I didn't see this ponding anymore. So obviously they had pumped enough of it out where whether it was coming out of the slope areas had been somewhat properly addressed. So the idea is that to prevent this from happening and prevent future odors that are associated with the leachate, especially impacting the Valverde area, the quicker they can get to it and alleviate the problem, the better. That wasn't happening before, and we believe that with this order and these conditions, that will address this.
Thank you. Those are all my questions.
Okay, are there any other questions? Ms. Morgan, do you have questions for this witness?
No further questions.
Board members, any other questions? Okay, I don't see any. All right, and Mr. Roberts, did you want to go to your next witness?
So in the interest, because we have a stipulation, the district is willing to waive testimony from its engineer. I know Mr. Bogwan had a question. I think it can be addressed by respondents' witnesses, but I will have, our engineers are sitting in the audience. They can testify. I think it can be answered by respondents' witness though.
Okay.
Then the district has no further witnesses.
Okay, Al Teresa, Madam Clerk, do you have any hands raised from the public that they would either like to make a comment and or provide testimony?
Currently, Madam Chair, there are no witnesses. Wait a minute. We just got one. Okay, we have one, Lynn Plambeck. Let's see. Okay.
Okay, what was the last name again?
The last name is Plambeck, Plambeck, and she muted herself, or he muted himself.
No, it's Lynn Plambeck, and I'm a female, not a anyway. That's of no matter.
Okay,
I'm representing
go ahead,
Santa. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I'm representing Santa Clarita Organization for Planning and the Environment. And you know, we've been working on this landfill really since 1998 when the community, actually 1995, when the community was promised that it would be closed. And I'm hoping that you will investigate the fact that there was slope slippage after the 1994 earthquake, which could have caused liner damage, which maybe that's regional water. But I feel like the landfill operators are sometimes disingenuous with the community in that they've said that the whole landfill is lined. The front part, the primary sill from the early landfill is not lined. And I think Regional Water could provide you information to that. So this is all pretty worrisome. But also, Regional Water gave them a WDR to take contaminated soil that supposedly didn't reach high levels of high contamination levels, but would have had VOCs in it. And recently, we had this huge Newhall Ranch project that graded a area that was previously an oil well. And I'm wondering, I know that they're supposed to take samples as the trucks go in with soil that they use for topsoil, but I'm just hoping that the AQMD is really looking at that. And I wish that more accurate information would be given to the public in these meetings, because I don't think it's helpful when information that isn't accurate is repeated over and over again. People tend to not realize what the truth is. Also, I do have a notice of violation from Auto Shredder Waste from 2006. So I don't understand why I have this information and the landfill operators continue to say that they really don't know what's in the landfill. Anyway, I'm hoping that Larry Israel or whoever is responsible can look into the trucks that are coming in and spreading this low contamination soil on the landfill face. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we do
Yes.
need the witness or the commenter to spell her name
Okay.
for the record, please.
Okay, it's Plambeck, P as in Peter, LAMBECK, Santa Clarita Organization for Planning and the Environment. And I did take the oath when you gave it to the witnesses and the public.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. All right, do we have any other members of the public?
She's a witness.
Oh, Teresa?
To have cross.
Excuse me?
Yes, Carrie Froling.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Yes.
If the gentle lady is a witness, then there has to be an opportunity for either side to ask questions. So are
Yes,
these
that's the other
individuals?
thing. I need the members of the public to state up front whether they are a member of the public who wants to provide testimony and then therefore is subject to questioning and taking the oath, or are they just going to be a member of the public?
Madam Chair,
Let me finish my sentence, please, Mr. Ali, and then I'll let you speak. The other thing is, if they are only going to present a comment, that they also need to say so that we know which type of members of the public they are, since we have two categories. Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Ali.
Yeah, the speaker prior stated that she took the oath, so she confirmed that she's a witness. Hold on. She confirmed that she's a witness.
Yes.
So I guess there's a little confusion because you have people doing audience comments or public comment as well as testifying. It can become a little confusing if you're sitting in the room.
I'd be glad. I would hope to be considered a witness, and I would be glad to provide the documentation that I spoke of.
Well, not only that, ma'am, but also subject to questioning from either board members and or the attorneys. Are you okay
yes,
with
that's
that?
fine with me. Yes.
Okay. So therefore, Ms. Roberts, do you have any questions for this witness?
No questions. Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony.
Ms. Morgan?
We have no questions. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, I do have
are
a
the members
question
of the
for-
board?
Yes, Ms. Flembeck, you said you have some documentation that you can provide. What type of documentation are you talking about?
Well, I have I have the WDR that allowed the low levels of contaminated soil to be used as topsoil cover. I have the letter from Regional Water saying that the primary cell in the landfill is online, even though it was presented to the public at the Community Advisory Committee that all the areas were lined. And I can probably find or I will find the documentation about slippage from 1995 after the earthquake.
And that's something you said you can send to the board or to the Larry Israel?
I can send it either way. I'll have to contact the secretary and see what emails I should use.
Yes, if you can send it to the clerk of the boards, and then
Okay.
it can be disseminated from there.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Bellicaplun, did you have any other questions?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Any other board members have any other questions for this witness? Okay, hearing none, we can go on to the next member of the public. Is it Mr. or Ms. Carey?
It's Miss.
Okay, are you a witness that's going to be providing testimony, or are you making a comment?
I'll be a witness, but it's more of a comment too.
Okay, and so you'd be subject to questioning.
That is
Did you take
fine.
the oath?
Yes,
you
I
vote?
did take the oath.
Okay, all right, ma'am, go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, just out
Yes.
of respect for the process, if she's providing a public comment, can we just take her at the end? Because she says she wants to be either or. So either, never mind.
I can do it at the end if you prefer.
Well, do we have others, El Teresa?
There's one other with her hands raised, but we do, please remind them to spell their name for the record.
Okay, and the other person is, what is the name of the other person?
The other person is Susie Evans.
Okay, Miss Evans, if you can hear us, are you going to be providing a testimony that you can be questioned on and that you have taken the oath, or are you going to be providing a comment?
Miss Evans, you can unmute yourself.
Just a comment.
Okay, so we'll take you, if you don't mind, Ms. Carey. We'll go ahead and take Miss Evans first.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ali, for pointing that out. Go ahead, Miss Evans. You've got 3 minutes.
My name is Susie Evans, Evans, Susie, however you want to spell it, I don't care. I feel that the dump and the county supervisors have been lying to everyone for over a year. They remind me of the Wizard of Oz telling us to ignore the guy behind the curtain. I live within 500 feet of the northwest corner of the dump for over the last 10 years. That's the area that's spewing the leachate gases and benzene, from what I understand. Why are they continuing the dump to work, take in trash, when they can't even control what they've got? We're prisoners in our own home. We cannot live our retirement years as we expected because of the dump toxins. Yesterday and today, I left early this morning and I still ended up with a headache when I smelled it, but I wasn't home to call and contact AQMD representatives. The GM of the dump said he didn't know if he'd want to live in our area, but there was an attorney in Texas who said, sure, he would. We can make that happen, although he doesn't want to talk to us because we're represented. Hazmat was there day before yesterday for a small smoke event, so they say. There's at least 20 pieces of equipment, and the hazmat crew was there. They got another NOV yesterday, and I believe they got one today. Why are we not closing this thing until it's done and relocate us and fix our homes so the smells won't invade our lives? That's it.
Thank you very much, Miss Evans. Okay, we can go now to Ms. Carey.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. And you have spelled your name to the clerk of the board?
No, but it's KERRYFROHLING.
Okay, and you are providing testimony, you took the oath, and you are subject to questioning.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, I live near Castaic Middle School, and that's a little over 2 miles from the landfill, but out of Tier 1 and Tier 2 that the LA County has determined is the worst area in Valverde. I'm dumbstruck by this hearing. I'm furious. The World Health Organization acceptable amount of benzene in the air is 0. EPA's acceptable limit is 1 part per million in a 50-mile kilometer distance. The monitor near Live Oak Elementary School registered 69.5 parts per million. And this board was debating whether or not yesterday, 75 days was too short of a time for the landfill to get 2 continuous monitors up and running. Why is it not the government putting up the monitors and controlling it? We should not be waiting on the landfill. And I'm also, you're worried about the days when we should be worried about our babies who are living and breathing in that. There's high cancer rates in Live Oak. A lot of us have had cancer 2 times or more. LA County Health has not gone door to door in any community in Castaic to check on health problems. They are only using reports where we comment to them, and that is inexcusable. My own emails to LA County Health have gone ignored. Why are we not using other landfills in LA County until Chiquita stops the gas leaks and stops the leachate and stops the odors? Residents and schools in the 5-mile radius of the leaks really need to be relocated to be protected. Why are we relying on Chiquita to buy and install equipment and to self-report? It's like asking a fox to protect the hens. Thank you, Mr. Israel, for all you have done for our community and helping us get this in front of people. And I want to reiterate yes, there was a fire at the landfill January 15th as reported on Pulse Point. But another fact is AQMD stops the NOVs on weekends. We may still smell and report it, but they are not coming out to inspect, and therefore weekends since October have not been included for the NOVs. So their NOVs have gone down because they are not reporting those either. Thank you, and if you have any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Carey. Okay, Ms. Roberts, do you have any questions for this witness?
No questions for this witness. Thank you for your testimony, ma'am.
Ms. Morgan, do you have any questions for this witness?
No, I have no questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Okay, board members. Oh, now I can see all of you. Thank you. Do you have any questions for this witness? Any board member? Okay, seeing none. Let's see. All right, it's 11:41. You have another witness to present, Ms. Roberts?
No further witnesses.
Okay. Ms. Morgan, how many witnesses or how many members do you have that are going to be testifying?
Chiquita has 5 witnesses today, Madam Chair.
5 witnesses, okay. It's 20 till. Do you think you can get through at least one?
Yes, I think our first witness will be about 20 minutes.
Okay, go ahead, please.
All right. So for our first witness, we call Mr. Robert Dick.
Okay, Mr. Dick, have you taken the oath?
Okay. Madam Chair, if we could hold just a moment, we need just about 5 minutes for the court reporter.
Okay.
Sure. Okay. No, you're not on. You got to hit the button.
Test 1, 2.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay. Are we good to go?
Madam Chair, we are ready to go back on.
Okay. All right. And it's Mr. Dick as the witness. Mr. Dick, have you taken the oath?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And can you spell your name for the record?
My name is Robert Dick, RobertDick.
Okay. And your title?
I'm a senior vice president with SCS Engineers.
Okay. Ms. Morgan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dick, you testified before this board during the September 6th hearing on this matter. Is that right?
That's correct.
So could you just briefly remind the board of your expertise in elevated temperature landfills or landfill reactions?
Yes, over the past 8 to 10 years, I've been involved in at least 2 facilities that exhibited ETLF conditions on a broad scale. And I've been involved in a handful of other facilities, having direct involvement in strategy, design, mitigation measures, and planning for the mitigation impacts.
And what has been your role in the implementation of the stipulated order?
I serve on the reaction committee. I advise Chiquita on approaches and strategies and issues related to the circumstance and conditions, and I'm involved in some of the engineering activities there.
Have you reviewed the proposed stipulated and contested modifications to the stipulated order?
Yes, I have.
You also submitted 2 declarations in this case. One's dated December 1st, 2023, and one was dated January 11th, 2024. Is that right?
That's correct.
And for the board members keeping track, these are entered as exhibits A and B. And your first declaration, Mr. Dick, also refers to a February 22, 2023 root cause analysis. And that was prepared under a variance that Chiquita was previously operating under. Is that right?
That's correct.
And for the board members, that root cause analysis has been entered as exhibit C. So Mr. Dick, your supplemental declaration, the one submitted in January, lists all of the actions that Chiquita has taken to assess and evaluate the ETLF event and to slow and stop that event. Is that right?
That's correct.
So could you briefly describe the many mitigation measures for this board that Chiquita has taken to address the impacts of the ETLF event, including odors?
Yeah, as far as mitigation measures and the techniques involved in attempting to slow and retard and stop the reaction, as well as abate and mitigate community impacts, most notably odors. There's been expansion of the landfill gas collection and control system, both the well field where the gas is extracted from the waste mass, as well as the control devices, those flares and thermal oxidizers where the gas is conveyed to for ultimate destruction. There's been insertion of pumps and in order to collect additional liquids out of the reaction area. And there's been improvements to the cover integrity, most notably 2 efforts. One involves the placement of a temporary geomembrane, what we refer to in the industry as a scrim material on the lower western side slopes, and then also initiation of a more substantial geosynthetic cover material. Those are the primary measures.
Thank you. And Mr. Dick, in your January declaration, you state that there's no evidence that the reaction is expanding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Why do you believe this?
We, as part of the DMS committee, we evaluate data that is aggregated and compiled on a monthly basis. That data conforms to about 6 different criteria in which we evaluate the presence of ETLF conditions within those 6 conditions or criteria, and look at values from that data to ascertain and determine ultimately where the reaction is prevalent in the subsurface and whether there's evidence of elevated temperatures, accelerated broad settlement, and other parameters like gas composition, odors, pressurized leachate, those type of issues. And to date, when we've been doing those exercises on a monthly basis, we haven't noticed a expansion of that data or of those conditions and characteristics affiliated with ETLF to other monitoring points.
And this analysis, it's contained in the reactionary review reports that you have been submitting on behalf of the DMS, or now referred to as the Reaction Committee. Is that right?
That's correct.
And how many of those reaction area review reports have you submitted?
We've done 4. I've submitted, the first one was October 6th. It reflects data that was compiled and aggregated for the month of September. And so October 6th and subsequently November submittal looked at October and so on. So there's been 4 monthly exercises of the data analysis.
So we're going to pull up the first of these reactionary maps right now. So this is the October map, which, as you said, is looking at data from the month of September. And this slide shows the map that is attached to the reaction area review report. Is that right?
That's correct.
Can you explain for the hearing board what exactly we're looking at? What is this black line and what is the magenta line?
The solid black line represents the reaction area as defined in the stipulated order from September 6th. It conforms and correlates to certain cells or modules that are related to the landfill's development. So it essentially tracks the boundaries of individual cells and modules and those were prescribed by definition in the stipulated order of September 6th. So that's the solid black line. The dashed magenta line is determined by a review of the scientific data on those 6 criteria that I mentioned that we evaluate, that is being aggregated and measured on a monthly basis. We call that the data-driven boundary of the reaction. So that's where we actually observe conditions that conform and are typically affiliated with ETLF reaction sites.
And have you ever revised the data-driven reaction area, the magenta line?
We did on one occasion. It was up in the kind of eastern portion of it, of the magenta line. There was one monthly review cycle where we noticed a single well point, and we thought it prudent to adjust the boundary to include that area. It was a relatively small adjustment there for one additional line. I believe that occurred in the December report when we were looking at data that was measured and compiled during November.
And did that result in the change of the reaction area as defined by the stipulated order, or the solid black line?
It did not.
And why is that?
Well, because as you can see from the exhibit, the dashed magenta line is fully contained within the boundary of the solid black line, as defined, the reaction area as defined in the order, and hence there was no need to modify the reaction area.
And has the reaction committee ever changed the definition of the reaction area or the solid black line?
No, we have not.
So in your declaration, you note that the reaction committee felt it was prudent to be conservative when modifying the boundaries of the data-driven reaction area. What do you mean by that?
Well, as I just mentioned, we had a single data point from a landfill gas wellhead during November that exhibited the confluence of characteristics that we oftentimes are looking for in trying to identify a reaction area boundary within the subsurface of the waste mass. And once we saw that, or observed and reviewed the data, we thought it prudent to include that. We're conservative in that we're quick to put those well points in the data-driven area, the magenta dashed line. On the contrary, we're slow and cautious in contracting the dashed red line to make sure we're establishing a long-term trend. So in that sense, we're conservative.
And can you tell me about the January submittal And the statement in that submittal that portions of the data-driven reaction area were no longer exhibiting characteristics of an ETLF event.
Yeah, right around the inner perimeter and boundary of that dashed magenta line, we noticed that some of the wells that had previously exhibited the characteristics or operational conditions affiliated with ETLFs during December, they did not. And there were a handful of them. They were along kind of that northwestern boundary, and then there were a few pockets of areas along the southern boundary. And so in that sense, certainly we were faced with the decision of, do we adjust the red dashed magenta line inward, in other words, to contract the area of the data-driven reaction boundary? We opted not to, based on the variability that we often see within landfill gas well field performance data.
So, Mr. Dick, we've already discussed for a bit one of the roles of the reaction committee, and that you serve as the head of that reaction committee. And the parties have proposed adding a new condition, a subpart to condition 12, that would require monthly meetings between the reaction committee and the district. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in your opinion, will these meetings help improve coordination among agencies, and in particular between South Coast AQMD and Chiquita?
I believe so.
And the parties have also proposed adding a new condition 52, which would require biweekly meetings between technical staff at the district and technical staff or consultants at Chiquita. Is that right?
That's also correct.
And can you describe how that differs from the prior?
Well, the initial meeting you described is, I believe, a little bit more strategic. It brings dissemination of information in a structured and routine format that I think will be beneficial to all parties. It'll convey information on what's planned and the circumstances and conditions in the field that I think all parties will benefit from, and basically enable alignment and consensus, and also allow various parties to review the information and deliberate the benefits and advantages of certain mitigation strategies. On the other hand, I believe the second meeting that you indicated is a little bit more tactical between technical staff, and indicated to have a more short-term focus of immediately what's going on in the very near future, and to provide information. So it's a little bit more tactical instead of strategic.
And the parties are proposing adding a condition 50, which would require Chiquita to prepare a work plan of actions it's currently taking and plans to take to address the reaction. Is that right?
That's correct.
And this will ensure that South Coast AQMD has the same information as all of its regulators. Is that right?
I believe so.
So, Mr. Dick, as the member of the reaction committee with expertise in ETLFs in particular, you prepared an expert report on the ETLF causation investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
And that report was summarized in more detail in your declaration and attached to that declaration. Is that right?
Correct.
Your report found that the underlying cause of the chemical reactions that have created the ETLF event cannot be definitively determined. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you briefly describe why or what that means?
Yeah, so as we have studied ETLFs that have occurred throughout the industry over the past 15 years, several of them have had a distinct and notable characteristic. And so in my report, identified these as categories of ETLF from a causation standpoint. 3 of the categories did relate to specific waste composition types. One of them was affiliated with slope failure or massive waste relocation effort. And the 5th category was what we have found in the industry, probably most prevalently, is an inability to definitively discern a specific cause as to a triggering event or initiation of the reaction. Based on all the review that I was involved in, as well as Chiquita, in trying to identify past practices in terms of waste composition, and also review of the core sampling that was performed during drilling throughout the reaction area and areas that are not within the reaction area, we were unable to identify any of those 4 categories. Thus, by default, it falls into the 5th category of inability to discern a definitive cause.
Your report also discussed certain characteristics of ETLFs, including potential changes in composition of gases and leachate. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you specifically noted in that report that there could be increased levels of, it was acetone, benzene, other VOCs. Is that right?
In the leachate, yes.
And you've advised the landfill to look out for this. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
And to your knowledge, the landfill's monitoring for that carefully?
Yes, it's my understanding that the facility performs monitoring and sampling of its leachate with a suite of analytical methods that will look for those parameters.
And is it your understanding that very recently there were a few discrete samples of liquids collected at the landfill that showed some elevated levels of benzene?
Yes, and that's not surprising. As I mentioned in the report, other ETLFs and reaction landfills throughout the industry have observed those same elevated levels.
And you're aware that the parties are proposing several conditions that increase the monitoring and reporting of the leachate at the landfill to be prepared for this exact type of incident?
Yes.
And do you have experience addressing elevated levels of benzene in other ETLFs?
Yes, I've been involved in activities at other ETLF sites in which the leachate is being both monitored but also treated for those parameters.
Your report also found that there is no known method to quickly stop ETLF conditions. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
So what did your report conclude as to the best way to stop ETLF conditions?
The 3 major themes of corrective measures at ETLFs throughout the industry are fluid extraction. And when I say fluid, I refer to both gas and leachate, liquid. So gaseous phase and liquid phase fluid extraction. And what that really accomplishes is heat removal. And heat removal from the subsurface is beneficial for slowing and stopping the reaction. One of the attributes it encourages is the reestablishment of anaerobic digestion processes and methanogenesis. In other words, normal decomposition processes. The 3rd category is cover integrity improvement. And the reason that that's advocated as a best management practice is that cuts off a continued infiltration of liquid precipitation into the waste.
And does the stipulated order, in your opinion, contain these best management practices?
It absolutely does.
So I want to end by discussing a little bit more liquids and production and leachate. We heard quite a bit this morning from Mr. Israel and some leachate seeps at the landfill. Is this something that you addressed at the September hearing?
Yes, in September hearing, we talked about the conditions within the stipulated order at that time that included activities related to liquids management. One of those was the continued installation of dual phase landfill gas extraction wells. Dual phase meaning that they extract both gaseous phase and liquid phase fluids. There was a requirement to identify and inventory wells that had a certain characteristic in terms of liquid impaction. And then during my entire testimony in September 6th, I believe I referenced numerous times that one of the characteristics of ETLF sites is the production of excessive liquid quantities within the waste mass.
And as you described in more detail in your declaration, did you help prepare and submit a determination pursuant to condition 18 of the wells with the worst liquid impact issues in the reaction area?
I did.
And how many wells did you and the reaction committee designate as being those with the worst liquid impaction issues?
I believe there was a total of 25.
And has Chiquita taken steps to address those issues?
Yes, as reported in my November 3rd letter on behalf of the DEMS or reaction committee to the district, we indicated that we had confirmed that 22 of the 25 wells had received pumps. Those 25 wells, again, were inventoried based on 3 distinct characteristics or criteria that the DMS reaction committee applied in order to establish that short list of wells. And then we had 22 of the 25, so it exceeded the requirement that was stipulated.
And you have a colleague here today on the reaction committee that can speak in more detail about the actual engineering of that, the pump installation. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, the district has shown some images today, and Mr. Israel testified about leachate seeps and the discharge of pressurized leachate. In your opinion, are these seeps and any discharges of pressurized leachate observed at Chiquita connected to this ETLF event?
I believe they are.
Why is that?
Well, based on the industry's other ETLF sites, it's well documented and well known to be anticipated that the liquid that is produced within the initial stage of aerobic decomposition with the waste does not get consumed in the anaerobic stage as it should, because the heat is impacting the progression of those further stages of anaerobic decomposition. So you have excess liquids left over, and the report goes through, the causation report I prepared goes through the different processes and essentially the why in terms of why excessive liquids are identified at these sites. And then, of course, the reason that it shows up and it becomes visible and isn't contained just within the void spaces is because of the excessive pressures that are generated in the reaction. Those tend to drive liquids to essentially daylight at the surface in the form of seeps, or in some cases pressurized leachate discharges.
Let's talk more about that, the pressurized leachate discharges. Under what conditions would that typically occur?
Typically, both at other ETLF sites and specifically at Chiquita Canyon landfill, they're observed during the process of installing additional landfill gas extraction wells. So that process involves drilling a borehole deep into the waste mass, and during that, it can happen where the drilling apparatus encounters a pocket of pressurized leachate, and that leachate can be discharged up onto the surface of the landfill through the borehole during the drilling process. A second activity is when field technicians and maintenance personnel remove the landfill gas wellhead in order to either install or replace or maintain a dedicated downhole dewatering pump in those wells.
Both of those actions you mentioned, drilling a new borehole or installing pumps or maintenance, those are necessary to address this reaction.
Absolutely, yes, they are.
So in your December declaration, you stated that there were 13 such discharges observed at Chiquita, 4 during drilling new wells, 9 during pump maintenance activities. Have there been any additional incidences since then?
We have not experienced any additional instances of that pressurized leachate discharge during drilling activities. There has been one additional incident during the removal of a landfill gas well head apparatus in order to maintain or replace an existing pump.
Based on your experience, is there any way to anticipate that such a discharge is about to occur?
No, there's really no prediction tool for anticipating when the drill rig might encounter a pocket of pressurized leachate that's contained subsurface within the waste. And regarding the second category, about the only technique or tool we have is to evaluate the pressure that is measured at the wellhead prior to the field technician performing that maintenance activity. Certainly the site personnel are aware of that and use caution if they are indicating excessive positive pressure at the wellhead. But oftentimes that's exactly what needs to be done, is to replace the well in order to reestablish negative vacuum. So we have very little prediction tools or techniques for when those events are going to occur.
And we saw a video of one of these events earlier, and Mr. Israel testified that he'd never seen anything of this nature before. Is this type of discharge common in a normal landfill?
It is uncommon in a normal landfill.
What about in a landfill experiencing ETLF conditions?
In that case, it's a common occurrence. It doesn't happen frequently, meaning it is infrequent that pressurized leachate discharges occur, both in position or geographic location and from a temporal standpoint. However, it is a common occurrence in that we're not surprised that those type of incidences manifest themselves at ETLF reaction sites.
So based on your experience working with ETLF landfills, is this incident particularly concerning?
No, it's not concerning.
So Mr. Dick, given everything you've observed since September working on this site, do you think that Chiquita cares about odor mitigation?
Well, based on my involvement as head of the reaction committee and firsthand knowledge of the resources that are being deployed and implemented, resources being time, manpower, equipment, financial resources, and the overall involvement of personnel, as well as my experience interacting with the personalities involved in this, I absolutely do believe they care. The waste industry, much like military personnel, are very proud to serve in the industry, have an enormous amount of pride in the work that's being performed. So I feel very strongly that they do indeed care about the circumstances that are manifesting at this site and are committed to remediating them.
And do you think that if Chiquita continues to comply with the mitigation measures in the stipulated order, including these new proposed modifications, that those efforts will improve the ETLF conditions?
I do believe that that will ultimately be the outcome.
Thank you, Mr. Dick. I don't have any further questions for you today.
Okay, thank you. It is presently 12:10. I think we can break for a lunch of 45 minutes. Ms. Roberts, are you okay with asking your questions after the lunch break?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, all right, so let's take 45 minutes. Let's see. So we will come back. Well, I can't see the clock right now, so whatever 45 minutes is, let's go ahead and take it. And we'll stop the recording now. We're off the record. And we will
Madam Chair, why don't we just make it 1 o'clock, 1 p.m.?
That would be fine because I can't see the clock. So 1 o'clock is fine with me if it's fine with board members.
All right, everybody's signifying it's okay.
Okay, great. So we'll
Thank you.
return at 1 o'clock. So we're off the record presently until then. Thank you, Mr. Ali.
Recording stopped.
Okay, we're missing just one person. Al Teresa, can you give Makai a call and ask him or tell him that we're ready to go back into session? Madam Clerk? Is Al Teresa there, Mr. Pearman? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, Madam Chair.
Okay. So we're just missing Makai, is that it?
It seems like, yeah. And I'm waiting for your you to record.
Yeah, well, I need
Okay.
all of my board members there.
Is yours?
Okay, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Mr. Ali is on his way in, but we do have, we received yesterday a email, a public comment that was not recognized from
Okay.
Sarah Olegas.
How are you spelling the last name?
It's Olguez. She did.
Olguez.
Okay. She did testify yesterday, but she had sent some written comments, just as Mr. Mahajer had sent. So it would be listed as P2 for the public,
Yes.
if you are so
Yes,
inclined to mark that.
yes. We'll list it as P2 and go ahead and acknowledge the receipt of it and give the copy, a copy to each of the board members.
All board members and the parties do have a copy, and they received that on yesterday at the
Okay, great.
January 16th hearing.
Great. Did Mr. Ali say how long he was going to be?
He said he's coming in right now. I'm waiting for the door to open. Yeah.
I apologize. We'll start in just a few minutes. Mr. Pearman, we can go ahead and start without him, can't we?
I'd ask the parties first. if they wish to.
Okay.
Do I start recording? Madam Chair?
The district will request just a couple more minutes to wait for him if we know he can come.
Recording in progress.
Heard a door, I believe.
Okay, Madam Chair, all members are present.
Okay, so we're good to go. Start the recording, please. I think he's already started it. So, all right, Ms. Morgan, you had your witness, and I believe now it's Ms. Roberts who can question him.
Yes, I do have a couple of questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Dick.
Good afternoon.
I want to start. I think in your testimony in the September hearing, you were kind of walking us through what leachate is, and I kind of want to start at a really high level. Is it fair to say that leachate could be rainwater filtering through trash, and that liquid after it has filtered through would be leachate, or it could be moisture coming out of the trash itself, and that liquid would be termed leachate, or a chemical reaction at the landfill itself could, like a byproduct, could produce liquid, and that liquid would be leachate?
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the first two of those, the rainwater sort of filtering through trash and the moisture from trash itself coming out, those are sort of, for lack of a better word, the normal ways we would produce leachate? And this third one is sort of only associated with similar reactions to what we're seeing at Chiquita?
Yeah, so those first two categories or components of leachate are typical for landfills to have inherent moisture content in the incoming waste and to receive liquid precipitation, stormwater that infiltrates through it. All landfills have some production of liquids as part of the decomposition process. At reaction landfills, that production of liquid seems to be to a greater quantity than normal landfills.
Okay, and I think you put in your declaration, you've personally kind of worked on or been in an advisory capacity to at least 7 different landfills that have had what are characterized as these ETLF, or these kind of reaction events.
Correct.
Of those 7, have any of them been in a climate that you would describe as similar to where Chiquita Canyon is, where we're in the, Southwest, sort of a deserty, arid region?
My personal experience with other ETLF sites have not been in arid regions or parts of the US that are typically classified as more arid. So they've been in areas that received greater rainfall.
So do you know if there's, among the ones that you've researched, is there a difference in the research or the literature as to the approach for more arid landfills that are experiencing these same reactions?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Does it seem reasonable to say that, I mean, of the leachate, we know leachate is at Chiquita. Does it seem reasonable to say that there's less that would be coming from the rainwater end, given its climate and general location?
That's a little bit dependent on how precipitation falls at a landfill. We believe that the infiltration into the waste is more significant when the rainfall comes in a constant event, and that when storm events have a higher intensity, there tends to be a greater runoff potential. So it's a little bit dependent on the manner in which the rainfall total actually occurs at the site in terms of storm frequency and storm intensity.
Okay, so I want to ask a question. This is an exhibit that the district submitted, and we had discussed it a little bit earlier with Inspector Israel. He had a conversation with the actual operator of the landfill and asked, when did you first started seeing these? And let me see if I can make that a little larger. But the answer that the landfill operator provided was they first saw them in mid-2022. And it seems like like June, July, August tends to be the most arid months that Chiquita would experience in that climate. That's typically what we would consider the dry season. Is that fair?
Yeah, I wouldn't know that. Particularly as far as the seasonality of precipitation events. I just wouldn't be able to confirm that or attest to that.
Okay, so I mean, generally what I'm asking is there reason to suspect, or should we be worried or concerned or looking at the idea that maybe the leachate we have at Chiquita is more from the chemical reaction side than it is the filtering through waste or moisture coming out of waste side of the leachate pool?
Yeah, there's really no way to compartmentalize or segregate, the different contributing aspects to a quantity of leachate at a landfill. You have a certain quantity of leachate, and that leachate we know is a summation or cumulative total of moisture that's inherent in the waste that's accepted and disposed at the facility, the infiltration of stormwater through the landfill surface into the waste mass, and the various biological and chemical reactions that are ongoing. We don't have a means or mechanism by which to segregate or quantify those individually.
So wouldn't you say it's reasonable to say that we could know the seasonality, right? You could assess rainfall, we could quantify that. I mean, you guys did a characterization. I don't mean you personally, I mean the respondent under this order did a characterization of the sort of waste, and you didn't seem to find anything that would indicate it would be higher moisture than you would typically see in a municipal solid waste landfill, right?
Correct. One attribute that tends, because you're referring specifically to leachate seeps, leachate daylights on the surface at all landfills, whether they're reaction sites or typical normal decomposition processes, because there's impediments to leachate flowing downward, such as daily cover layers. That can be a contributing factor. And also another contributing factor is the gas pressure then distributes the leachate towards the side slopes. And so that may have been one of the activities that was involved on why leachate showed up at a particular time that from a seasonal standpoint wouldn't correlate to the most significant rainfall in terms of a seasonality standpoint.
Okay. In your capacity as serving as a consultant to Chiquita and on this reaction committee, have you actually gone up to Chiquita Canyon landfill?
Yes.
Did you see at the time you were at Chiquita Canyon landfill personally observe any of the leachate seeps that we've been discussing today?
During my reconnaissance at the facility, I did not observe any leachate seeps, no leachate ponding or pooling or flowing of leachate during
Okay.
my reconnaissance.
So you've seen kind of the pictures and the videos that were shown today in Mr. Israel's testimony. And would you say you're generally familiar with what the landfill has observed as well as far as leachate seeps? Like, were you aware of it was occurring even if you weren't physically there?
Yes, I was
Okay.
informed of the conditions.
So I mean, Inspector Israel said he had never seen, leachates in that quantity. In the quantities that Chiquita has experienced for the size of landfill that Chiquita is that a surprising amount of leachate? Less than we would have expected? More than we would have expected? What?
Well, given that the discrete portion of Chiquita Canyon has been identified as, having a elevated temperature heating event, that quantity and characteristic of those circumstances and conditions at that portion of the site are not necessarily surprising, in that we know that elevated temperature landfills develop and produce a significant quantity of water, and that the pressures inherent in the waste mass can result in those type of circumstances.
Okay. So given what we know and what we expect, we know sort of seasonality wise, we're in January now. It's still sort of what we would quantify as the rainy season. Do you feel like Chiquita Canyon is prepared to assume that, there's going to be extra liquid leachate from the first category of, rainwater potentially seeping through the waste that would increase the total volume of leachate you have?
Well, I do feel that the site has instituted means, methods, and measures to be prepared for that. I perhaps would defer to some of the other colleagues of mine on the reaction committee who are more familiar with the actual tactical details about those means, methods, and measures.
Okay. That's so you mentioned that these leachate seeps were a common symptom. We've heard before, we know that obviously elevated temperatures in the gas wells. We know there's been excess gas. We know there's been surface emissions of some sort that sort of relate to the landfill gas. Are there other symptoms that we should be expecting, looking for, our shoes that are going to drop in this case, essentially?
Well, I feel like in my earlier statements back in September, my declarations and my causation investigation report, I've identified the main themes or characteristics that are most prevalent in the industry's ETLF sites that have been identified to date. And those are, changes in the landfill gas composition, increased quantities of landfill gas, increased quantities of liquids, and changes in the landfill, the leachate composition, accelerated settlement on a broad scale. That's one of the things that I don't think you mentioned, but I've mentioned previously. And then distinctive odors, and there may be more that I've mentioned in those documents.
Okay.
I don't believe there's any aspect of it that has not been brought up in the context of these discussions or in the documentation that's been submitted to the district in various reports.
Okay. I think we've known in this matter, we've been focused a bit about DMS, and that is maybe a symptom from the reaction. I think we've talked a bit today and yesterday about benzene. Are there any other chemical compounds that we should be looking out for, particularly focused on any that might be toxic or highly odorous?
Well, certainly in my review of ETLF data, the entire family of compounds of volatile organic compounds as a category is one that we see increase concentrations, elevation or increase of those concentrations. From a speciated standpoint, my report has mentioned benzene and acetone, and I'd have to refer to my matrices of data on other sites and Chiquita to give you a full speciated list.
Okay. And one other thing, you talked about these sort of pressurized discharges of leachate, and you said, I mean, within the confines of them being in an ETLF sort of landfill, they're at least relatively uncommon. Is that fair to say?
Did you say uncommon or common?
Common.
Yes, I feel that in my practice in advising ETLF sites that I've been involved with, they're common enough to make them a topic of conversation when we advise landfill owners, ETLF landfill owners, on what to expect, what circumstances to plan for in terms of health and safety and operations. So in that respect, while I did characterize them as infrequent in their occurrence from a timing standpoint and infrequent in their occurrence from a location or geographical occurrence, they are common enough so that we have a dialogue about how to plan for them and mitigate them when they occur.
Okay. So, I mean, you saw the video that we talked about. Do you agree that when that occurs, there's a safety concern, at least on site, for those who are in the area?
Yes, I think the industry, both myself and the industry as a whole, acknowledges and recognizes health and safety challenges and issues with if and when that circumstance develops.
So I think Mr. Israel's testimony was that his experience was the leachate was also just very highly odorous. Do you dispute that it would also create an odor concern when these events happen?
I did not dispute that, no.
Okay. So I think it was Board Member Balagopalan had a question of how do we anticipate and prevent those things from happening?
Well, as I think I stated in my testimony, we have not identified any type of technique or tool or approach in which to predict or anticipate the occurrence during drilling of the borehole as the drill bit advances through the waste. We're just not aware of any technique in which we can predict and anticipate the exact timing or the degree in terms of intensity or severity that's going to happen while we drill. When we go to a wellhead and the field technicians know they need to unattach and disassemble the wellhead in order to access the well riser pipe, about the only technique afforded to us is to measure in advance the pressure at the wellhead and make a judgment call on whether that suggests that there could be significant positive pressure in the well prior to performing the pump installation or replacement. And I believe that's a typical protocol that all seasoned veteran landfill gas well field operators would utilize.
Okay, I had one other question. I think it's Exhibit F to your second or your supplemental declaration is the causation investigation that you did, the kind of root cause analysis. I wanted to ask you specifically about you had a section about solutions to address and whether we could do anything. Is it fair to say that your kind of assessment in that section was that we don't have a way to solve it? It's more of a contain and manage approach?
That's correct. I use those terms. The industry has adopted essentially a contain and manage strategy by applying the best management practices. We halt the propagation of the heating event to new areas of the waste, and by heat extraction and cover integrity improvements are able to reduce and retard the degree of the reaction, ultimately slowing it and causing a reduction in the impacts to the community, both in terms of the odors and from an operational standpoint, things like pressurized leachate discharges tend to decrease after the best management practices have been employed.
So essentially, this is an odor public nuisance process, right? So what's the metric we would use to say it's contained or successfully managed? Should we be looking at like a quantification of a gas in the community? Should we be looking at number of complaints? Should we be looking at some other, like, is there a metric we should be, this is our goal that we're aiming towards?
Yeah, I think I would offer the 6 or so categories that the reaction committee utilizes to define the boundary of the reaction as metrics that can be measured in that they're objective and measurable. Those being the actual temperatures of the gas in the wellhead, the gas composition, things like methane content and methane to carbon dioxide ratio, whether that's inverted, greater than or less than 1. Certainly the concentration of hydrogen in the gas, the degree of settlement that's occurring, and then some of the more subjective criteria that are being applied are the prevalence and persistent and pervasive nature of the unique odors. So I believe that those are the metrics that I would advise Chiquita to be focused on, more so than just odor complaints or some of the other things that you mentioned.
Okay. Thank you. I think those are all of my questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Roberts. Do the board members have any questions you wanted to ask?
Madam Chair, I do.
Bella Quillan.
After Mr. Dick.
Good afternoon.
I'm looking at your causation investigation report, and I think to evaluate whether there's, and I'm reading from there, existing in-place buried waste contains specific waste material known to contribute to heat generation. You identified dross and ash and all those things, and you did the bore logs and did not find those, right? And you looked at those 4 specific categories. Is it based on previous experience at other ETLFs that generated, they had those materials? So
exactly. So when the industry first identified the ETLF phenomena, approximately in 2008 at one particular facility, ultimately it was identified and determined that the type of material that was taken there and accepted there, and not just to the degree that all MSW has some degree of these materials, but that was really accepted in bulk as a special industrial waste. And so the basis of that is because over the years, the industry has identified that at certain ETLFs, those materials were prevalent.
But you're not ruling out potentially maybe other waste that could be contributing. You had a hypothesis, you had some target to look for, and your borings, you looked at it, you didn't find it. You cannot just throw away, I mean, you can throw away the hypothesis and start again, or look at something else. You haven't stopped. I mean, let me ask you this way, has the committee stopped doing research into what has caused these events?
No, absolutely. I believe the committee, in conjunction with Chiquita, continues to investigate, evaluate, and deliberate whether Chiquita could have accepted some other material that the industry up till now has not identified as a cause for the heat accumulation. So no, I don't believe we've stopped or ceased questioning and seeking, scientific evidence as to whether there could be other waste materials that are attributed to that.
Ms. Morgan mentioned 20 million pounds, I believe, of waste has been removed and taken to the working phase from the ETLF area. Is that your understanding?
Yeah, I don't know the value by heart, but
Sure, yeah.
I'll go with it.
That's the number I heard. But was any waste, I mean, was any waste categorization done when those were taken to that area? Because now you had all this waste that were pulled out from that. Did anybody or Chiquita, anybody do, okay, you know, we did accept this waste, which we denied in biofuel?
Yeah, in the event that Chiquita or any of their contractors characterized or made notes on and observations of the characteristics of that waste, at this point in time, the DMS committee, to the best of my knowledge, has not reviewed those documentation if they were obtained or recorded.
And you're open still, I think we had Mr. Mohajir testify that, you know, that that the Regional Water Quality Board may have some of the data, you know, potentially may have that. Are you open? And we had another lady who testified earlier before lunch, also that she's going to send some documentation regarding what she has on, you know, I think she mentioned the automobile weight, you know, ash, the, what do you call the, I know the term and it slips my mind, but the fluff. Basically.
Yeah, the auto shredder.
Shredder waste, yeah. And so so those are the things that if you get them, you will have a fresh approach or a different look, or investigate further based on that.
Absolutely. On behalf of the reaction committee, we welcome any the provision of any additional documentation. Certainly, as you can appreciate, some of the record keeping of facilities like this that were active back, you know, decades ago are difficult to identify, in that we didn't have the same degree of electronic databases like we have now, didn't always have scale house records, and we didn't have protocols for inventorying and reporting different waste quantities and waste types like the industry has now. And so if any of those materials or documents or information is available from any sources, the DMS committee in conjunction with Chiquita would welcome being able to review that.
And I think specifically you mentioned the Regional Water Quality Board. I don't know if they purge their records like AQMD does after a while, but it's something to be looked at, correct?
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you.
That what concludes the witness questioning in regards to Ms. Morgan's witness. Is that correct? We just haven't had questions from the board other than yourself, Mr. Balakopan.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the question.
Go ahead.
She asked, okay, I didn't catch. Which I got.
Are you ready to ask questions?
No, no. Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I had it slip of my.
Okay, board members, are there any other questions that you'd like to ask for this witness?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, it did come back to me because I think your report concluded there's neither contraction nor an expansion of those conditions on the ETLF. Is that fair to say?
The most recent monthly exercise that the committee went through an evaluation, we made the decision intentionally to maintain the magenta dashed line that defines the data-driven boundary of the reaction to be maintained for the next month as we look for, you know, additional data and measurements that will be recorded in January and then provided to us at the end of the month in order to make a monthly determination. So yes, we are maintaining the data-driven line at this time.
You heard some of the comments from the public about shutting you down and relocating and so forth. I think you're permitted to operate till 2047. That's long. It's still you got many years there, and some of these areas that are now active will become inactive, and there's maybe some probability we may have some of this same ETLF conditions without not knowing exactly what the root cause is, there could be a problem. Would you agree?
One of the thoughts that come to mind when you pose that question to me is the extent to which Chiquita, having certainly become aware of the potential for ETLF conditions to develop by whatever causation, is committed to improving their landfill gas and liquid management practices, because we do believe that one of the contributing factors, regardless of the specific nature of the causation, is heat accumulation. You know, all landfills generate heat, but the accumulation of heat seems to, throughout the industry at these ETLF sites, have been problematic. So one of the activities that Chiquita's committed to, not just in the reaction area, but in all portions of the landfill now and into the future, is a more rigorous and robust, aggressive attention to gas and liquid extraction, and thereby preventing the heat from accumulating to that extent.
And waste characterization that is ongoing?
Yes, I believe that's part of their permit as well.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions for this witness from the board? Okay, I don't see any, so let's go
Madam
to.
Chair,
Yes.
we do have a member of the public with their hand raised. It is Sarah Olagas, and I don't know if she's responding to her P2 exhibit or.
Spell her last name.
Olaguez.
Olaguez. Or
She
Olaguez.
did testify on yesterday, and she did supply written comments. I'm just letting you know that there is a hand raised.
Okay, she did testify?
Yes.
Okay, we're allowing them to only testify once, and since she's already testified yesterday, I don't believe she can testify again. So unless there's somebody else.
No other members with their hands raised at this time. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Morgan, do you have any other witnesses?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 4 other witnesses.
Okay, go ahead with your next witness.
So our next witness will call Mr. Neil Bolton.
And Mr. Bolton, did you take the oath yesterday?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and just spell your name for.
Yes, Neil, Neal, Bolton, Bolton.
Okay, you can go ahead and proceed, Ms. Morgan.
Thank you. Mr. Bolton, you've testified before this board in the past, is that right?
Yes, I have.
And so could you just briefly remind the board about the work that you and your company do in your area of expertise?
Yes, I'm a civil engineer. Our company focuses on solid waste operations and probably dominantly on landfill operations and safety.
And what has your role been in the implementation of the stipulated order?
Well, I've been one of the consultants that's helped analyze things. I'm on the DMS or the reaction committee, but I've also been involved in writing a couple of reports and helping to evaluate responses to some of the reactions that we're seeing at Chiquita.
And have you reviewed the proposed stipulated and modifications to the stipulated order?
Yes, I have.
And you submitted 2 declarations in this case, one dated December 1st, 2023, and one dated January 11th, 2024. Is that right?
That is correct.
And
yes.
Both are relevant for this hearing?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. And for the board members, those are exhibits D and E from respondent. And we have one more exhibit that will enter now, which is respondent's exhibit M. So Mr. Bolton, to start off with, we've heard testimony this morning from Mr. Larry Israel, and we've also heard from Mr. Dick just now about the reaction at Chiquita that's causing an increase in production of liquids or leachate. Can you please describe for us how leachate or liquids typically would flow through a landfill?
Yes, typically leachate is generated from the moisture that's inherent in the waste. Waste has 50 to 80% moisture content just normally. Some leachate is formed when precipitation flows downward through the landfill and contacts waste. Some leachate is formed when surface water contacts waste. For example, if it's raining during the normal operation of landfill, there may be some leachate generated during those times. But most of the time, it is based on percolation of stormwater through a landfill.
And we heard earlier this morning about leachate seeps that have been occurring at a landfill or at the landfill. What is a leachate seep, and are those common at landfills?
Well, leachate seep is like a spring that you might encounter while hiking through the hills someplace. It is a point where leachate exits the surface of the landfill and becomes visible.
Do leachate seeps, when they happen at landfills across the country, are there normal best management practices to address those?
Yeah, absolutely. Leachate seeps are very common. Most landfills have experienced leachate seeps. We see fewer seeps in arid areas, and in areas that get lots of precipitation or snow, we see more leachate seeps. But there are best management practices for how we deal with that. It's pretty standardized within the industry. There are some standard practices that we follow when dealing with a leachate seep.
So why are the leachate seeps unusual for Chiquita?
Well, first off, and primarily because it's an arid site. We don't see a lot of leachate seeps. There's always moisture generated within a landfill. There's always some precipitation that goes through the waste and generates leachate. There's always some moisture that's generated as part of the decomposition process. But normally in an arid site, we see that the rate of leachate generation is low enough that it can slowly percolate down through the liner or through the waste to the liner, and we never see it accumulate to a point where it emerges on the surface.
So you've mentioned that there are BMPs for addressing leachate seeps. Can you please describe at a high level what these BMPs include?
Sure. Most of the time when there's a leachate seep, it means that there's some confining layer underneath. There's an old layer of cover soil. There's an old access road that wasn't removed when the next layer of waste was placed. So leachate trickles down inside the landfill. It hits that layer and it runs to the outside. So to mitigate those, what we do is normally go to wherever the leachate seep is, reach just above it, just upslope of that point, and excavate down through the trash, hopefully down through whatever confining layer the leachate's running on, breach that and backfill that with drain rock. We essentially put in a French drain to allow leachate to go downward toward the liner. If it's at an unlined portion of the landfill, we often, or if there's a lot of leachate, we often will have a similar French drain put in, maybe some kind of a sump where we can collect that leachate, put it into a pipe, and then pipe it to the leachate collection system, to some other tank system where we can truck it off site. And in Chiquita's case, because of the amount of leachate that we had, that's what was happening. They basically installed the French drain and some sumps, one or more sumps, accumulated that leachate to a point where they could pump it out and move it to their temporary storage tanks and then haul it offsite.
You summarized many BMPs for leachate management in your December 1st declaration. Is that right?
That is correct.
And those BMPs are also listed in detail in your expert report on landfill BMPs. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
So let's talk a little bit more about Chiquita specifically and what it has been doing to address these leachate seeps. Okay. So first, if you have a leachate seep, a small flow, what are some of the things Chiquita has been doing to stop that flow?
Well, if you have a small flow, the first thing that would be done would just to see if we can put some soil on that, sort of as a Band-Aid, not as a temporary, ineffective fix, but if it's a very small seep, sometimes an additional layer of soil will just stop it. If that doesn't work, then we have to do some excavation to breach through that confining layer, that layer that the leachate's running on inside the landfill, and stop it, either get it to drain downward or put in some kind of a gravel sump where we can accumulate that. Those are the primary things that Chiquita has done to do that. So excavating, putting in French drains, doing things to keep stormwater out. We can get into more details on that. So if you want to talk through that in some detail, along the western slope where we had the most leachate, they started by putting in a French drain, excavating down through the wet trash, breaching that confining layer that the leachate was running on, and backfilling that with drain rock, essentially. But then along the toe of that slope, they also created a ditch so that any leachate that emerged elsewhere along that slope could get into a ditch, could flow down to the sump where it could be extracted with the pump trucks or the vac trucks. Subsequently, there was a layer of scrim involved to cover that up, to basically keep the leachate inside the landfill, to keep precipitation out of the landfill. And then eventually, I think about a 2.5 acre long stretch of additional scrim placed on top of that to do a couple of things, maybe more than a couple. First was to keep precipitation out of the waste in that area where leachate was being generated. Let's not add more water to where we already have too much. Secondly, was to contain the leachate that's within the landfill so that it couldn't run out across any bench road into our drainage channels, et cetera. And also the larger piece of scrim, the 2.5 acre piece, to help contain some of the gas emissions that might be coming out of that particular area, either through leachate seep, where there may be a wet spot or liquid on the surface, or through gas that's just emitting through that soil. And then inside or underneath of that 2.5 acre long strip of scrim, Chiquita put a perforated pipe and attached that to their landfill gas vacuum system so that any gas that came through the soil underneath the scrim had some place to go. There was a vacuum attached to that to help draw that out. And so there were a number of steps that Chiquita followed with this. This is something I'd refer to as field engineering. This was not something that was designed in an office and we came up with blueprints and we edited the plans 3 times. This was a very quick emergency response where top quality folks are discussing this, they're in the field, and they are designing as they go. Because we can't create a plan for that because we don't know what we're going to see until we start excavating where the leachate seep is and determine what we have. And so that is a classic field engineering effort where you respond quickly, you bring in experts, and you design it as you go.
So we've got a couple of slides that I'll walk through in a moment that will help show some images so you can describe for the board a little bit more about the magnitude of that field engineering project. But before we get to that, I want to ask you a few questions about, you heard Mr. Israel's testimony earlier. Is that right?
I did, yes.
So a few things that came up earlier and some questions from the board that came up at that time. Mr. Israel and some of the photos we saw talked about pooling leachate. So a question for you, Mr. Bolton, are these pools of leachate, say, sort of occurring naturally, or is pooling leachate and sort of building dams to stop the leachate actually a best management practice?
Well, it depends on the context. If leachate seeps are unattended and they flow out at an unattended landfill and no one pays attention to that, and they pool someplace, that's a problem. In this case, those were part of the mitigation process. The soil dams that were put in the stormwater channel, those were to stop leachate from flowing down toward the sedimentation basin where they could impact other surface water. Excavating or potholing or digging a bit of a sump to have the leachate pool someplace so that we could get a pumper truck in there to extract it, those are mitigation steps as well. So the photographs that I saw generally indicated that those were designed as part of the field engineering process to contain leachate. Now, I think there were some photos that might show a rut or a place on the slope where there's a little pooling of leachate. That's part of the normal process of the leachate seep. But the bigger pooling that we saw in the channels and in the sumps, that's part of the mitigation process.
You mentioned check dams that Chiquita put in place in the stormwater channel. Is that right?
Yes, these were just loads of soil that were dumped in the concrete lined channel to create a temporary dam. And so there would be one and then another right on downstream. And the idea is that they would work together to contain leachate so that it could be pumped out and not be allowed to flow downstream to the sedimentation basins.
Right, thank you, Mr. Bolton. So let's look at a couple of these slides. We've talked a lot today about the western slope and the repairs that were made there. And Mr. Israel described, the excavation that was done here was to fix some of the leachate seeps. In addition to that, that was obviously one thing that was benefited from doing this work, but could you describe for the board a bit more about why the work was initiated in the first place?
Well, it was initiated initially because of the bulge or the slump, where a portion of that western slope just slid. It was like a landslide. It slid. There was so much liquid inside there, lots of leachate, and it basically reduces the shear strength of the waste, and it slid. And some of that slid downslope and across the edge of the liner. And so this is what we're seeing right here. This is part of that rough area below the two excavators. That's part of where the slope slid down. We've calculated there was about 10,000 tons of material that moved, about 20 million pounds or 10,000 tons of material that moved. Not all of that was off the liner, but a good portion of it was. And so what we're seeing here are the initial steps of starting to excavate that, get that material that's unstable and is pretty wet and is off the landfill liner, to get that excavated, transported back up, and put into the active face of the landfill where it can be quickly covered.
And so waste being off the liner, is that serious?
That's very serious. If we look at the federal rules and the state rules, they are all geared toward containing waste. And landfill liners are the primary way that we do that. So waste is supposed to be inside the liner. In fact, at a typical landfill, if litter blows off of the landfill boundary, a few pounds, a few hundred pounds, even a few pounds of litter can be an NOV, because it's now not where it's supposed to be. When we have 10,000 tons of material slide and a bunch of that's off the liner, that's an emergency. That is something that requires immediate, very aggressive response.
And so addressing this emergency quickly did take a significant amount of effort, and Chiquita immediately assembled a response team. Is that right?
That is true.
And Chiquita sought assistance from its affiliates who came from other facilities to provide additional dedicated support. Is that right?
My understanding and what I saw is that Chiquita, from some of their affiliates, brought in what I'll call an A team. They brought in the best of the best operations folks, equipment operators, to respond to this as an emergency. They also focused a lot of their on-site resources to the extent they could spare them and still continue normal operations. And then they brought in a lot of outside folks. Our company was one of them. There were other companies and other consultants that came in to help. This was an all hands on deck response to a pretty serious event.
And that A team, as you mentioned, included a senior member of the engineering team on site for more than 15 weeks to direct and assist in the planning and implementation measures, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Can you address some of the timing concerns? The timing wise, this took place, we're looking at that photo in October, just before the rainy season, correct?
Well, absolutely. We have worked at probably something above 500 landfills. 100 of those or so probably in California. And we generally assume that November 15th is our drop dead date. If we aren't ready for the wet season by November 15th, for most areas within California, we run the risk of being caught in the wet season. When we have something like this happen in the fall, that is the primary concern, that we've got to get this done before the rains hit. So that would be the biggest timing concern. Certainly it's an emergency. We have waste off the liner. We've got leachate being produced. We have to respond very, very quickly and aggressively. But the potential for wet weather to be approaching by mid-November that's the biggest issue.
So let's look at the next slide now. Before we had some questions from the hearing board, and we've heard Mr. Israel discuss a French drain and some concerns that, is a French drain possible to fix all of this? And, you mentioned creating a ditch at the toe of the swale. Is that what we're looking at here? Can you describe these photos?
Yeah, the left picture is a ditch along the toe of the slope in the vicinity and across and above and below where the bulge was, where the material slid down the slope and across the line. So this is further into the mitigation, kind of the construction response process. And this ditch is part of what was installed to be able to catch any additional leachate that might seep down. And that would be directed down toward a sump, which we see in the right-hand picture. That's just a little further downstream around the corner. That sump is a large excavation that's been backfilled with drain rock. There's some scrim on top of the drain rock to keep soil from flushing and washing down into that drain rock and plugging that. And then there's another layer of scrim you see sort of bundled up on the left side of that right-hand picture. That is part of the scrim that covered everything at the end. So it's kind of a multi-layered system there, but the ditch on the left and the sump on the right. And just to address the French drain capacity for fixing leachate seeps, sometimes we'll see a leachate seep that is a single spot on a slope, some anomaly in the underlying layers in the landfill, and we can fix that with a single French drain, and that's it. Oftentimes, we will see kind of a horizontal line of seeps across a slope, and that can run for 100 feet, 1,000 feet. It can run across half the perimeter of the landfill, depending on what was done previously. And so the French drain can be as long as it needs to be to contain that. It's a field engineering type decision where we're in there excavating and seeing what we find when we excavate it, and then we're addressing it.
So if we look at the next slide, this shows the scrim that you mentioned. Is that right?
That's correct. That is the second layer, the main layer of scrim, part of the 2.5 acre strip that was placed along the lower part of the western slope, where the slide happened, where the bulge happened, where the leachate seeps were most prevalent. And so that's part of that scrim operation. What we're not seeing there, and maybe we'll see in a later photo, is some of the gas extraction component of that and some of the sandbag anchoring system to hold that all in place.
We will look at a photo of that. So
Okay.
You're getting ahead of me. All right, next slide, please. So can you describe for the board what we're looking at here? Is this the full extent of the scrim once installed?
That is correct. These are two before and after photos taken from, I imagine, a drone. I think that's how we're getting these photos. So November 2023, we see on the left, when that area is in process, we are actually constructing and excavating and removing the slide of material. We're putting in the French drain. We're doing the work on the left photograph. The photograph on the right shows the same area after the 2.5 acres or so of scrim has been installed. This is to button up and seal and contain what was going on that western slope. So same area, about a month apart, before and after.
And if we look at the next slide, this is a close-up of the scrim. And what are those ridges that we're looking at?
Okay, on the left photograph, we're looking along the top edge of the scrim. So the sump, the ditch, the leachate seeps were down below toward the bottom. We're looking at the top part of the scrim, and we can see kind of under the scrim, we can see kind of a line in there. Well, there's a perforated pipe laying on top of the ground under the scrim that is connected to the landfill gas collection system that's under vacuum. And so essentially any gas that wants to be emitted from the soil under that scrim has a point where it can be removed. That vacuum from that perforated pipe under the scrim is that's our vacuum point. On the right-hand side, we see kind of just the other end of that. We are still seeing part of where that, this is more the south end of the scrim comes across. So we're looking from south to north along the western edge, same area as both slides. And we can see where part of that line is coming out from under the scrim. There's kind of an orange loop there. That is where we're tying into the landfill gas collection system and putting vacuum on that perforated pipe that is under the scrim.
Now, how long will the scrim remain in place?
Well, the scrim's going to be, it was installed as the fastest temporary solution we could put into the system. Subsequently, that area will be covered with a 30 mil geomembrane, a more permanent solution. But the scrim here will stay in place. It's providing some additional benefit, so it will just stay in place and be enhanced by a 30 mil geomembrane that will be placed on top of this.
And are you aware that the parties are proposing conditions that would require Chiquita to inspect certain areas of the landfill 2 times a day for leachate seeps? And then if any are seen, immediately collect and control the leachate or make prompt repairs?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, is Chiquita already inspecting regularly for leachate seeps?
they absolutely are, yes.
And do you believe that that's been effective?
Well, it's certainly been effective. I can share some of what I saw when I was on site on Monday. I've been to Chiquita a number of times over a period of many, many years, but I can tell you what I saw Monday. I showed up at the site. I wanted to get just an overview of what's happened because I hadn't been there for a few months. And I got a tour, and we drove along the west edge and got around a corner in this area. And lo and behold, there's a small leachate seep on the bench road. And further inspection showed that part of that French drain had some issue with it. Maybe it had filled up with sediment, and a small amount of leachate was coming out. I would estimate probably 2 or 3 gallons a minute. If I took my water bottle and started pouring it out, that's about the quantity that was coming out of there. It was getting into the stormwater channel. There were soil dams in there that were containing that. And so they said, oh, that wasn't here yesterday because I was here yesterday doing an inspection. That wasn't here. And so the next day, it was. So that's the purpose for this. That's why they're doing those regular inspections, and that is working. I would anticipate that, we could continue to see small leachate seeps, but the regular inspections allow them to get on that quickly. And I did ask about what the response had been to that. And I was informed that they had gone in and dug that out and tied it to a pipe and tied it into one of the sumps so that it was contained. So we discovered it Monday, actually coincidentally on my site visit. And here we are today, and it's been mitigated and contained and cleaned up. The check dam that stopped any leachate that was in the concrete stormwater channel, that has been pumped out. The channel has been cleaned and it's mitigated. 2 days, we saw it, get right on it. In 2 days, it's mitigated. That's a good response. That's a good, fast response.
So we were mentioning the scrim, and you also talked about a geosynthetic membrane. Now that geosynthetic membrane or cover, that's required under the stipulated order. Is that right?
Well, yes, a portion of it will eventually be installed, yes, but yes, that is required under the order.
And to your knowledge, has Chiquita followed the requirements in submitting a design for the geosynthetic cover under the stipulated order?
Yes.
And as you alluded to, the stipulated order only requires Chiquita to install the geosynthetic cover on at this western slope area. Is that right?
That is my understanding, yes.
And now, under the direction of the LEA, Chiquita is planning to expand the coverage of that geosynthetic cover to include sloped areas to the north and over an area, the top of the reaction area, the settlement area. Is that right?
That is correct.
So this is expanding the size of the geosynthetic cover.
By a factor of many times larger, yes.
And so in the meantime, before the cover is installed, Chiquita is maintaining cover that exists and repairing cracks as required by the stipulated order. Is that right?
That's right. I saw evidence of that when I was on site Monday, where they had been out there with a small dozer, grading and track walking, where apparently they had found some small cracks.
And do you believe that these daily inspections and the maintenance and repair of the cover has proven effective?
Well, that too, as with the leachate seep inspections, the daily cover inspections are also paying off. My understanding is, and some of the photographs I saw early on, in the reaction area where we're seeing so much settlement, we had some cracks that were up to 3 inches wide and 20 or 30 feet long in the cover soil. And my understanding now, the photos I've seen, is that when they have cracks now, if they see any cracks during their daily inspections, that they're a few feet long and they might be up to 1 inch wide, but they're much smaller. So the settlement's still happening. The soil is still cracking. The regular inspections and quick response are just minimizing the impact of that. So yes, that is working.
So earlier today, we've heard some testimony about pressurized discharges of leachate. Are you familiar with this type of leachate issue?
Are you familiar with leachate? Anybody over there?
I'm familiar with that term and that event. That's a very rare thing. In my work. I deal primarily with landfill operations, the nuts and bolts, the heavy equipment, the application of soil and waste and all of that. The folks that specialize in landfill gas, who are on sites around the country drilling wells and working on ETLF landfills, they will be much more experienced than I have. So just as a point of reference, I have not been on site and seen that in 46 years, and having been to 500 landfills, it's a rare event.
And are you aware that the parties are proposing a new condition, condition 26, that would require Chiquita to conduct and submit a feasibility study related to temporary containment measures for such events?
Yes, I am. And in light of that, internally within our company, we've already been reaching out to other industries that may be able to help us come up with some ideas on how to deal with that.
So was the reaction committee familiar or aware of any such containment measures?
Well, the reaction committee is not aware of that. And personally, I am not aware of that. So when I say we're looking at some other options out there, we're not choosing between one product and another. We're looking across multiple industries to see, is there something out there that could do that?
So you're taking a fresh look at it.
It's a fresh look. We don't have a file of pressurized leachate containment systems that we're going to choose from. We're plowing new ground here. This is something that's different. We're going to take a look at it.
Mr. Bolton, as a member of the reaction committee, you've submitted 2 expert reports to the AQMD. I'd like to touch on both briefly. The first was an ambient air and emissions monitoring study, and you submitted that on behalf of Chiquita in December 21st. Is that right?
That is correct.
Can you explain at a high level the methods that you used to conduct that study?
Yes, we used information that was provided to us, the flux chamber testing data that basically defined what the gases were that were being released from the reaction area. And those are different than what we normally see in landfill gas or in landfills in general. So if you all remember back to the active face odor issues we were dealing with a couple of years ago, that gas was very similar to ambient air in terms of its density and how it moved. This gas is quite dense. It's 30% denser than ambient air, and so it behaved much differently. So we had to use the data from the flux chamber analysis from that testing. We tried to model that using computational fluid dynamics software that we have, and went through a process to identify over this 30-acre reaction area, we have a certain type of gas, very dense, that's being emitted at a certain rate. And we wanted to do modeling to see how does that move. We can talk about that more if you like in a bit, but that was the gist of it in terms of taking the data that we had to look at what gas we have, how much we have, where is it being emitted, and how is it going to move off the site.
So can you summarize what the key findings of that study were?
Yes, quite different than what we found on our previous work here a couple of years ago. The heavier gas does not move like the ambient air does. It's heavy. It's like pouring syrup over Chiquita and watching it flow downhill. It's dense. It's 30% denser than ambient air. So what we found was that during very low wind conditions, so 0 to a half mile an hour, pretty much still conditions, that gas is emitted from the reaction area, from the 30-acre reaction area, and it flows downhill. Whichever way is downhill, that's where it flows down toward the front of the landfill. It's going to follow the terrain. As the wind velocity increases at 2 or 3 miles an hour, we start to see now the wind is starting to impact that a little bit. It's pushing that heavier mass of landfill gas downwind to a degree, but not necessarily up over the north slope. And it's not ignoring the terrain. It's just pushing it along the direction of the wind. It still tends to follow the low spots in the terrain until we get to wind speeds that are a little bit higher than that. At higher wind speeds, 4 or 5 miles an hour, we see that it starts to move it over the terrain. It's now, the wind has become the dominant factor, and it's moving even that heavier gas with the wind, but not purely with the wind. It's still impacted by the terrain. At about 7 miles an hour, we see it reach what we call laminar flow. Now, regardless of how dense that gas is, the wind is taking it and it's pushing it, and the gas is flowing directly downwind. And at that point, it's being moved enough by the wind that it's not settling in low places. It's not pooling any place like you might imagine a heavy gas might do. It is going with the wind. At some point, if the wind slows down, wherever that gas is, it can settle. If we haven't moved it far enough and allowed it to mix enough and get enough dilution where it's not detectable, then it can settle into another low area. We'll have some slides to look at that, I think, because we had put some together. But that's what's different. And we found that the gas that we're dealing with now, because it's so dense and it's coming out of an area that's about 30 acres, we couldn't touch that with the same mitigation techniques we used for the active face odors. We couldn't put enough fans on it to stir it up because it's too heavy and dense. We couldn't get neutralizer into it good enough because it's such a large area and it's so dense and it just doesn't mix well. And so our initial modeling, our initial computational fluid dynamic modeling, the computer modeling of gas 2 years ago, we were able to just say, what does the air do as it goes across? In this second round, we had to look at 2 gas types. We had to put 2 different gas types in the model and say, okay, we've got ambient air, and now we've got this dense gas that's coming out of the reaction area. How are these 2 going to react? And just a quick rundown, the model had, on average, about 3 million cells. So that means that over an area that might be 6,000 meters by 9,000 meters by 1,200 meters deep, we had small individual cells within the software program. 3 million, sometimes up to 11 million, but usually around 3 million cells. And so those would model what happens when gas is emitted from the reaction area, and that small cell of pressure and density pushes against the one next to it, and that affects the ones next to that. And we watch that process through pretty significant computer modeling, how that works. If you can imagine the nature channel and a school of 1 million sardines moving together under the water, we had 3 million cells that we're having to watch. How are they moving around the terrain with the wind? The computational processes were pretty intense to be able to model those 2 gases.
So I'd like to ask you to clarify one point about that. You mentioned that when winds are above 7 miles an hour, that any of the gases would be going up into the laminar flow. What does that mean?
It means that at 7 miles an hour and higher, the wind is such a dominant force, even on those denser gases, that the gases go with the wind. They don't stop and pool in a low area. They don't settle in a valley. They don't settle in a little canyon someplace. They are moving with the wind.
And so when you say laminar flow, just for those who might not understand the technical term, like how high are we talking above the ground?
Well, it's above any, the higher point of the topography.
Okay.
So it means that, just imagine smoke. Okay, smoke can settle in the valley. It can settle here. It can settle there. It's the same concept you get with the Santa Ana wind, where smog wants to settle in the LA basin, but with enough wind, it is going to blow out of here. That's what we're saying is with enough wind, and in our case, it's about 7 miles an hour, the gases emitted from the reaction area, they're going to blow out of here. And we don't have issues with those. That was the threshold of what we found. If you want, we were lacking some information in order to quantify or corroborate what the model showed us. We had some general areas where there had been complaints, but we didn't have specific dates and times and locations. So our model might show that that gas is moving in a certain direction under certain lower wind speeds, and we could model that, but at that point, we do now, but at that point, we didn't have all of the complaint data detail that we needed to say, okay, our model shows this for this gas. Are we getting complaints right there? Or are we getting complaints someplace else that tells us we need to modify the variables in our model? So we now have the information we need to do that, and we'll be able to look at that in another round of modeling if that happens. But that's kind of the process. That laminar flow means it's just blowing hard enough to blow it out of here.
And the study concluded by recommending that you perform additional modeling once you have more data, including data from a second flux chamber study and, as you just mentioned, complaint data.
Yes.
So you asked for complaint data, the South Coast AQMD complaint data multiple times. Is that right? You cared about that.
Well, we absolutely cared about that. That was critical. It's like doing a laboratory test. You can do a laboratory test. We can run a computer simulation, but it's nice to have some real-time data. It's nice to launch a rocket and see if it behaves the way the rocket software says it's going to. We didn't have that. So yeah, that was a problem for us in modeling and being able to calibrate our modeling. That was a challenge.
And now that you have it, you've submitted a proposal to AQMD to perform another round of modeling that incorporates the complaint data, incorporates all the information AQMD has collected from the public about where they're experiencing odors. Is that right?
That's absolutely correct, because we think that's going to be important for the reasons I talked about, to allow us to calibrate our model so that what our model says is happening with that gas, we can corroborate that with where we're having complaints. But the new round of flux chamber test data will also be important. Since this has started, a number of wells, Mr. Dick talked about that, but a number of wells have been installed, much more robust gas collection system at the landfill in and around the reaction area. We're hoping that that's going to show us some difference in the gases being emitted. So a new round of modeling will be very helpful in us to be able to see, okay, what's happening? Where are we finding improvements? How can we make further improvements? How can we deal with this most effectively?
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but how much longer are you going to be with this particular witness?
Yes, I was just about to say my last topic. I've got a couple of questions, so I think just a few minutes, Madam Chair.
Okay, if you can wrap it up, that would be great.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Bolton, the last topic I want to cover with you is your last report that you submitted, the BMP's report. So we've already talked about the BMPs related to leachate management that you submitted, and that was something that was not required by the order, but something you chose to do above and beyond, correct?
Yes, our initial charge for that was to look at what BMPs can we use to mitigate gas emissions through the soil. But we recognized that leachate was also a contributing factor. So on our own, we went through and actually addressed BMPs for leachate as well.
And as you mentioned, the original charge was to investigate or report on BMPs with respect to fugitive surface gas emissions. And obviously your modeling study was crucial to that. So you've already touched on that a little bit, but could you just summarize for the board what the results of that study were, or those BMPs?
Yes, what we found was, just in quick terms, the practices we used to control working face odors would not be effective with this. The fans, the neutralizer, that wasn't going to work for this. In essence, once this heavier gas is emitted at the reaction area, we can't touch it. We can't move it. We can't disperse it. We can't dilute it. We can't neutralize it. It's too much, too dense. So in essence, our BMPs focused on, we have to deal with this gas before it is emitted. We have to deal with these emissions before they become emissions. That means subsurface. We have to contain them with some layer of material. The scrim is helpful. The geomembrane is key to that. And putting in additional wells is key. We have to control it before it is emitted.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. So for one last closing question, do you think, based on your experience over the years with Chiquita and what you've seen in recent months, that Chiquita cares about odor mitigation?
Yeah, that was a little disheartening to hear a comment about that yesterday, that Chiquita doesn't care and that odors don't matter. This is my career. I've been doing this for 46 years. I put my heart into what I do. I give 100% of what I know into this. So does my team, and so does the rest of the team that I've worked with from Chiquita and other experts. Can we fix it immediately? No, we cannot. We're working on that. The reaction may be a longer term fix than what we're working on, but what I'm focusing on are the BMPs that we can do to deal with this right now. So there is no merit to any comment that says Chiquita doesn't care about this, because that's just flat out not true.
Thank you, Mr. Bolton. I don't have any further questions.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and take a break. It is, can you
Madam Chair, we don't have any objection to a break, but I understand that respondent is still intending to call 3 additional witnesses. The district would just want to say its strong preference would be to try and conclude this today.
I'd like to also, but I need to, we did state that we would be giving them 2 breaks, one in the morning and one in the afternoon. So this is the one and only break today for the afternoon. We've got 3 more.
I say about 10 minutes, Madam Chair.
Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break and then come back. So I have that it's, gosh, that clock. Okay, let's just take a 10-minute break from this point, and we're off the record, and we'll come back in 10 minutes. That's okay with everybody. I don't have a clock in front of me, so I can't tell you.
I have a timer up, Madam Chair.
Okay, I have 2:27. So if we can come back at 2:37, let's just call it 2:40. Let's come back at 2:40. Okay, so we are off the record.
Madam Chair? Yeah, there she is. Madam Chair?
I'm only seeing a very small portion. Let's see.
Everyone is back in the room, Madam Chair.
Okay, I'm trying to get on here and can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see you.
And you can see me? Okay. Well, let's go ahead and proceed then. My bar has disappeared, so just go ahead and let's proceed. We had the witness with Megan, who is the Chiquita attorney. So I think we next to go to Ms. Roberts so she can question this witness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the interest of time, the district waives cross.
Thank you. Okay. Any questions from the board members?
Mr. Bolton, we heard a lot about French drain. Can you just briefly, what's the difference between a regular drain and a French drain?
Yes, it has nothing to do with France.
Like French fries.
Yeah, that's right. A French drain is a trench. You might call it a trench drain. It's a trench that's dug someplace along, in this context, along the area where there is a leachate seep. We just remove the trash, have a trench, and we backfill that with drain rock. And the idea is that leachate can then subsurface, come in and touch that drain rock and go down to a point where we can pump it, we can put it in a pipe, we can deal with it. We're accumulating the leachate in that drainage rock part of the trench.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
The question on the geomembrane, you did identify some issues with the geomembrane. You have to wait for it, the settlement to occur before putting the geomembrane. But you also identified a couple of, the collection maybe with the geomembrane of the gas that might be pooling underneath.
Yes, that'll be a challenge, and that's something that I'm not doing the design on that, but the folks that are doing that design, they will be looking at the entire area that's going to be covered by the geomembrane, how much gas might be emitted through the soil under the geomembrane, and then designing a dendritic or kind of a branched system of perforated pipes to be able to collect that, to put under vacuum and pull that gas out from under the geomembrane. But even with that, they will also be putting a network of ropes and sandbags on top of that so that the geomembrane doesn't move in a high wind condition. It just holds it in place. But the real key is to have enough perforated pipe and enough vacuum under that to pull out any gas that wants to be emitted.
And that's something you would review and it comes back?
I would review it, but I'm not doing the design. But since I'm on the reaction committee, I would be looking at that, yes.
All right. And I think I brought up, and I think you had some slides that showed the scrimp covering and where I was talking about when I said a cover for the open channel, basically was putting some kind of like a scrim, over there. Do you see any utility that, and let me give you a frame of reference where I'm coming from. We have heard about the aqueduct, which brings in water from Northern California in millions of gallons due to evaporation, transpiration gets lost. And there's some areas where they put solar panels and that reduces the evaporation because the wind blows, there's evaporation. So I think the same thing, we saw some slides, I think, which one shown, there's sometimes local winds there that are, so there's air stripping motion from the pool water, so leachate and air moving out there.
Well, I think certainly that's a valid question because there will be some air stripping that happens from that. I think that putting scrim on top of that could be problematic because it could accumulate rain, it could accumulate dust or debris, litter, tumbleweeds, or anything else. So that could be problematic from that standpoint. I think a better approach is to make sure that Chiquita is on this, and they are, that when there is a leachate seep, that they immediately get that pumped out so that we don't have much time for that to be exposed. That's an unusual event to see the storm channel fill with leachate. That was the peak of leachate flow. That's when the bulge and the slide happened on the west slope. I don't think we're going to have those issues, but if we do, putting some kind of cover on that is not a bad idea. But I think at this point, I think prevention is going to be a better way to focus our resources than trying to do that.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
what I'm thinking.
Sure, thank
Okay.
you. I appreciate it. No further question from me.
Thank you. Any other questions for board members? Okay, do you have another witness, Ms. Morgan?
Yes, Madam Chair, our next witness is Mr. Vidya Viswanathan.
Okay, sir, and have you taken the oath?
They're coming up to the podium now.
Okay.
And my colleague, Ms. Julia Lee, will be questioning this witness.
Can I make a comment, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Just, I don't want to tell council how to try their case, but I know before you reached an agreement, the composition and modifiedness of the reaction committee was called into question by AQMD, but since you've now resolved that, maybe you don't have to spend so much time on proving how qualified they are, if that was part of the presentation. And I know that you're concerned, as Mr. Belton said, about the statements from AQMD that you didn't care, but if the first three of your witnesses prove you don't care, you don't have to have the other two people say the same thing. We get it. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Pearman.
Yes, and with that, let's go ahead and start with your witness. Did you take the oath yesterday or today?
Yesterday.
Yesterday, okay. You can proceed spelling your name for the record.
I took the oath yesterday, and my name is Sri Vidya Viswanathan, spelled as Srividhya. Last name Viswanathan.
Okay. Go ahead and commence questioning your witness, Ms. Morgan.
This is Julia Lee, counsel for Chiquita.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Ms. Viswanathan, what is your area of expertise at your company, SCS?
I am an expert in landfill gas as it relates to the engineering, design, and construction of landfill gas collection and control systems, including dewatering systems.
And when did you begin working with Chiquita?
I began working with Chiquita in November of 2022.
Have you reviewed the proposed stipulated modifications to the stipulated order?
Yes.
And you submitted a declaration in this case on January 11th, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes.
For the board's reference, this is Exhibit F in Chiquita's exhibit list. Ms. Viswanathan, what is Chiquita doing to slow and stop the landfill reaction from a well field and dewatering perspective?
Well, Chiquita has been expeditiously expanding the well field. And by that, I mean the installation of landfill gas extraction wells. And they're following this up with monitoring of liquid levels in existing and new wells and installing dewatering pumps and infrastructure. Both of these activities assist in slowing and stopping the reaction.
Since the stipulated order became effective in September, how many dewatering sumps or pumps have been installed in total?
42.
And earlier, Mr. Dick testified that in order to improve dewatering, the DMS committee made a determination of 20% of wells with worst liquid impact issues in the reaction area. He stated that the DMS committee determined that there were 25 such wells. Has Chiquita installed dewatering sumps or pumps at 20% of those wells?
Yes, they've installed them at 22 of those initially identified 25.
Has the landfill improved leachate recovery?
Yes, the landfill has improved leachate recovery.
And what are the steps that the landfill has taken to improve leachate recovery?
As I said before, the well field is being expanded. New wells have been installed. New pumps are being installed in existing and new wells. Along with that, the force main piping, which is the liquids conveyance infrastructure, and the tank farm have been expanded.
The parties have agreed to a modification to condition 17 that would require Chiquita to further increase the percentage of the number of landfill gas vertical extraction wells installed with dewatering pumps or sumps. Is that correct?
Correct.
Let's discuss the dewatering guidelines that you mentioned. Did Chiquita prepare and submit to the South Coast AQMD proposed dewatering guidelines and implementation procedures?
That is correct.
And these are included as Exhibit A to your declaration, is that right?
Correct.
Were you involved in the preparation of those guidelines and procedures?
Yes.
Is Chiquita implementing those guidelines and procedures?
Yes.
Let's discuss the expansion of Chiquita's gas well collection system. Has Chiquita been expanding its well field?
Yes.
How many wells?
To date, 51 wells have been installed since the September 7th stipulated order.
And what are Chiquita's plans for well expansion in the future?
Chiquita is looking to install an additional 70 wells, and this started in late December.
And this expansion is described in the party's proposed revisions to condition 15, is that right?
That is correct.
Has Chiquita been giving notices to the public about this new well drilling?
Yes.
And are these notices available on Chiquita's website?
Yes, they are.
Thank you, Ms. Viswanathan. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Roberts, do you have any questions?
This is Ms. Reichert. In the interest of time, the district waives cross.
Only because I can pronounce the name Vishwanathan, so I'll ask a few questions just to show. But I do have, how long does it take to replace a well? Because I saw in your declaration within 2 months. Does it take that long to replace a well?
No, it is the logistics. You know, once you have a drill rig and the equipment, then the well can take anywhere between 1 day to 2 days. But it's the logistics around securing a drill rig. It depends on how deep you want to drill the well, what are the goals. So there are different types of rigs, and there are not many that can drill deep. So that's why there's a window. And also, you're generally when you're trying to install wells, you don't bring one rig to install just one well. You're trying to install as many as possible.
So we've heard, I think, in in the declaration that when you do drill try to remove the well, that's when you can get, leachate coming out. What precautions do they take to prevent a geyser type effect or any type of, if there is any?
Well, typically it's hard to predict that you're going to experience a geyser or a pressurized liquid event. What informs us is prior drilling activities in the area. And we use a vacuum box to minimize the odors and emissions from the borehole. But there's no known technique or technology that can help us predict or control once an event has started.
We did hear about pressure, and I think I saw somewhere 15 psi. Is that an indicator of high pressure or?
Yes, it can be.
Okay. Now, the last question. It also says you're replacing the pipes with carbon steel or stainless steel because of the heat and the melting of the pipes, or is it what's the reason you're
so temperatures in the landfill inform us of material selection. Not all materials are equal. So when we're experiencing higher temperatures during drilling, we select materials that are designed to handle these higher temperatures. That's when we choose carbon steel or stainless steel.
And do they offer the same type of flexibility with like a PVC type pipe?
Can you clarify what you mean by flexibility?
Well, there's movement bending and
not really, and they're more difficult to install. But if the temperatures are higher, then installing PVC or HDPE, we're going to lose the well right away. It may not have that kind of a life. So we have to switch to carbon steel or stainless steel that can withstand those temperatures.
Okay. No further question. Thanks.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Can you hear me now?
Madam Chair, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I don't know what's going on, but I can't see my box at all. But anyway, go ahead. Let's see, we've presented that witness. It's now the district's turn to ask questions of this witness.
No, we waived cross, so it's just if any other board members have questions.
Board members have any questions?
No, we're already past that point.
Okay, let's go to the next
Ask
witness.
his question.
Let's go to the next witness, please. I can't see this.
We're switching places now, Madam Chair. Our next witness is Mr. Patrick Sullivan.
Okay.
He's heading up here at the moment. And my colleague, Ms. Lee Barton, will be questioning this witness.
Okay. See anything at all. I do see the definitions and the consent calendar, but I don't see, for instance, like normally we see a picture of the board. I don't see anything like that, and I don't know why. It just suddenly did that. Let's see. Is your witness up at the desk yet?
Yes, the witness is available and ready, Madam Chair.
Okay. Have you taken the oath?
Yes, I have.
Okay, great. And if you can just spell your name for the record.
First name Patrick, Patrick. Last name Sullivan, Sullivan.
Okay, Chiquita's counsel can go ahead and begin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Sullivan, have you reviewed the proposed stipulated modifications to the stipulated order?
Yes, I have.
And what has been your role on the DMS committee?
My role on the DMS now reaction committee is involves expertise in landfill gas collection control system, landfill gas emissions.
And you submitted a declaration on January 9th, is that correct?
That's correct.
For the board's knowledge, this declaration has been entered as Exhibit G. So, Mr. Sullivan, let's start by discussing the sampling and analysis that Chiquita has been conducting of its landfill gas. Does your declaration describe how Chiquita has been conducting this sampling, measuring installations, and other activities related to the landfill gas and gas system?
Yes.
Has Chiquita been reporting on these analyses, measurements, and installations as required by Condition 8 in its monthly reports?
Yes.
And copies of these monthly reports are attached to your declaration, correct?
Yes, they are.
So let's move on to Chiquita's flaring capacity. Your declaration details how Chiquita has been expanding its flaring capacity under the stipulated order. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you please summarize these activities for the board?
Sure. So several things have happened since the last time we've been together for a hearing. Flare number 3 has been now installed and is operational at the facility. So that's a new, very large, low emissions flare. We also have brought a second thermal oxidizer into operation. So now we have 2 thermal oxidizers and 3 flares, along with the Amoresco landfill gas to energy facility, all of which comprise the landfill gas control system at the facility. So this gives up significantly greater capacity to control the landfill gas that's collected.
And Ms. Viswanathan just testified about Chiquita's expansion of its landfill gas well system. Has Chiquita also submitted a permit application to allow it to continue expanding both its gas collection system and its liquids condensate collection systems?
Yes.
So let's move on to Chiquita's air monitoring efforts. Does your declaration describe how Chiquita has enhanced its community air monitoring program as required by the Department of Public Health?
Yes.
And the reports and data from this enhanced program are submitted to the district and available on Chiquita's website. Is that your understanding?
That's my understanding.
Now, the parties are proposing to add a condition requiring Chiquita to provide the district with access to the data and to post the data publicly on its website. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And the parties are also proposing a condition which would require Chiquita to provide the SOPs and QA/QC documents for these air monitoring equipment to the district. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And you submitted an expert report on behalf of the DMS committee related to Chiquita's air monitoring program. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this was the dimethyl sulfide continuous monitoring feasibility and availability report?
Yes.
And yesterday, we also heard about a report submitted to the Department of Public Health on the feasibility of continuous DMS monitoring and continuous BTEX monitoring. Did you also participate in that report?
Yes, I did.
Finally, under a new proposed condition 36, the district would require Chiquita to install and maintain district-specified continuous BTEX monitoring equipment at 2 air monitoring station locations. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's my understanding. And in addition, I believe it includes other volatile organic compounds beyond just the BTEX, which, if you remember yesterday's testimony, that's benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylene.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Sullivan. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts?
Thank you. This is Ms. Reichert, and in the interest of time, the district waives cross.
Okay. Any of the board members have any questions?
Yes, I do. For Mr. Sullivan. Good afternoon, Mr. Sullivan. We came here, I think when you came here last time, the issue was with high DMS. And at the same time, I see what is the addition, what continued monitoring is there going to be for DMS? I see the report that's saying it's not feasible to have a sensor and the DMS continuous monitoring for DMS. But are there collection points for DMS still besides the flare? I know testing at the before it flared for the gas the TRS and the H2S, but elsewhere in the facility, in the monitoring plan, is DMS going to be monitored?
Yes, DMS continues to be monitored under what we call the enhanced monitoring program. And so that's done via grab samples, which I think you heard discussed yesterday. Those are collected at each of the 12 fixed monitoring stations, 5 of which are on site, 7 are in the community. Those are done weekly. And then in addition, we have weekly 24-hour samples that are also collected at those same locations. Those are also analyzed for dimethyl sulfide, among other sulfur compounds. And then we have 3 additional locations that we test, 1 offsite and 2 in the community. Again, grab samples are collected for DMS. So while we did not come up with a system to monitor dimethyl sulfide continuously, we would continue to do that, the grab and the 24-hour sampling at those locations as specified.
And the data is showing the presence of DMS, correct?
Actually, it hasn't.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused, because we did see a chart where I think maybe the district did it with, the blue dots all over the place with the DMS, very low concentration PPBs. So, but at the same time, I did see you're not getting anything in your collection. It's non-detect, I believe. So where's the DMS going?
So a couple points. The graphic that the district showed from their own testing, from their testing system, had sub-part per billion detection limits, and those detections were all under 1 part per billion. The laboratory has not been able to obtain a sub-part per billion detection limit. So the laboratory, even when we put them to lower detection limits, the best they've done is about 10 parts per billion. So our samples are non-detect at the laboratory's detection limit, 10 parts per billion. So DMS is still being emitted. Obviously, that's not in question, and DMS is obviously migrating from the landfill, but it's not being detected in the laboratory samples, and the South Coast AQMD's testing data showed detection, but below 1 part per billion.
Right. So when you said you will still be looking for DMS, you're really not getting any DMS data to provide, correct? Because it's not detected.
It's not detected at the laboratory detection limits. We have not detected yet.
DMS has its own odor threshold, and it has been identified as part of the problem with the different odors that is coming from the reaction area, correct?
That's correct. So DMS, like many of the sulfur compounds that we test for, does have its own
odor characteristics as well as thresholds which humans can detect odors. I do want to add that in addition to the chemical analyses, we also are having the samples run for analysis for odor concentrations. So we do have the odor concentration data that's available as well as the individual chemical concentrations.
So that's not speciated.
That's not speciated. That is a general measure of how strong a particular odor is. It does not speciate between the individual contributors to that odor.
So what I'm hearing is the only recourse to get DMS data is if the district does their monitoring with the instruments they have currently.
Currently.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members?
I did. What's the difference between the DMS committee and the reaction committee in your understanding?
Nomenclature, I believe. I think my understanding is originally the DMS was one of the key focuses, and I think we've evolved to the fact that it's not just DMS, it's the reaction as a whole is the key issue, because that's the underlying cause for most of the issues that we're having as a reaction. So that was my understanding of how it evolved from just DMS committee to reaction committee.
Okay, so your understanding is there'll be just one committee going forward, not two, correct? Oh, okay.
That's my understanding.
And when the committee responds to, or heretofore has responded to, say, questions from AQMD staff, are the responses done by one of the particular 5 members, depending on the issue, or does it emanate from the committee as a whole?
So what the committee will do initially is decide who's the expert in that particular topic. And then that individual is then responsible for developing the response, but then each member has to review and agree on that response and sign on to it.
So there can't be a dissenting minority opinion?
We haven't really had a dissenting opinion to my knowledge, but there could be.
Okay, because you said they all have to agree. That's why I asked the question. All right, thank you.
Actually, just as a follow-up to Mr. You have 6, right, on the committee. That's you, Mr. Bolton, Mr. Dick. Who else are the other 3? Ms. Vishwanathan, and that's 4. Who's the
Pablo.
Oh, Pablo, and the other what's her name?
Dr. Perez.
Dr. Perez. Okay, all right. Those are the 6. So 2 health experts, and then the others respective in other areas. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think we're done, Madam Chair, with this witness.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
No other questions for this witness? All right, do you have another witness, Ms. Morgan?
Yes, we have one last witness, Madam Chair.
Okay.
He's making his way up here now.
And when he does, can he please give the spelling of his last name and also the his title and whether he took the oath or not?
Yeah, my name is Dr. Pablo Sanchez Soria. That's Pablo Sanchez Soria. I'm a senior toxicologist with CTEH.
Thank you, Doctor. Could you remind the board of your credentials?
Yeah, I have a PhD in pharmacology and toxicology and a bachelor's degree with a double major in nutritional sciences and microbiology. I'm also a certified industrial hygienist.
And you serve as one of the public health members on the now reaction committee, is that right?
That's correct.
And as part of your role as the public health member on the reaction committee, you recently prepared and submitted a report on dimethyl sulfide, is that right?
Yes.
And that report was required to analyze, basically known health impacts from exposures to dimethyl sulfide, action levels developed by public agencies with respect to dimethyl sulfide, and any recommended actions for individuals that have experienced such exposures. Is that kind of the gist of what that report was required to include?
Yeah, that's a good summary.
Okay, I have an exhibit that is that report in case the board members would like to see it.
And this should be Respondents Exhibit N.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan.
Okay, is your witness ready to go?
And so going to that very first piece, could you kind of summarize generally for the board what kind of the known health risks for DMS are for someone that's experienced an exposure to dimethyl sulfide?
And could you spell your name first for the clerk?
Dr. Sanchez Soria already spelled his name for the clerk, Madam Chair.
Okay, I can't hear it over here, so.
Yes, Madam Chair, the gentleman, he spelled his name and he provided extensive credentials.
Thank you.
He's
I'm
very smart.
picking up over here, so I'm not sure what, whether we heard that or not. But thank you, Dr. Sanchez. Go ahead and proceed.
Sure. Could you repeat your question, please?
Yeah, the known health risks for exposures to dimethyl sulfide.
Yeah, so the report summarizes both short and long-term health effects that we evaluated in the scientific literature, as well as some of the action levels and other health protective screening values that have been derived by health agencies across the United States and the world. And so as far as short-term health effects, what we find is that at approximately 44,000 parts per billion is the mildest effect at which you might start seeing adverse health effects, and that is related to potential nausea associated with the strong odor. Above those levels, it really escalates and it gets into the millions of parts per billion to where you start seeing more severe and life-threatening health conditions.
And so is 44,000 parts per billion kind of the only number that you had analyzed? Were there action levels that were considered below that number? I mean, what is kind of the scope of the levels that folks should be considering when they're thinking about dimethyl sulfide?
Yeah, so I think it's important to recognize that the 44,000 parts per billion is a concentration that was reported to be associated with potential nausea from essentially a whiff of smelling. So it's a very short exposure. As you consider the potential for longer exposures, you need to consider the fact that those concentrations may need to be lower. And so there have been some studies that have evaluated concentrations that might be protective for longer periods of time. And those are not necessarily levels above which you would see adverse health effect, but levels below which you would not expect adverse health effects. One of those is, for example, the 600 parts per billion concentration that is intended to be protective against those same nausea effects from anywhere from 10 minutes up to 8 hours.
And so taking a look at those numbers, have any government agencies or other agencies developed action levels at which they would expect folks to either take certain actions, or they would expect public health agencies to take certain actions in response to whatever those levels might be that folks are experiencing?
So to my knowledge, there's no actual public health agency that has established action levels. There are values such as the emergency response planning guidelines. I spoke about those briefly on back on September 6th. For example, the ERPG1, which is a value below which you would not expect anything beyond either an offensive odor or some mild irritation. And that value is set at 500 parts per billion. So it's not too far off from that 600 value. And it's some of that small variation in that is mathematical rounding error, essentially.
And so in the literature review that you had conducted and the studies that you had analyzed, did you also identify any recommended actions that folks should take if they were to be exposed to levels of DMS, either for an acute duration or a long-term duration?
So since we have not found specific action levels established by public health agencies, we have also not come across any recommended actions. However, on this DMS report, CTEH took the existing values and made some considerations that could be taken by public health agencies that are interested in establishing those values.
Right, but you're not in a position to make those recommendations because you're not a public health officer or somebody that can tell public health what to do. Is that kind of generally the point?
That's correct.
And so, I mean, taking a step back, you're throwing some pretty high numbers out there, 500 parts per billion, 44,000 parts per billion. I believe hearing board member Balagapalan and Mr. Patrick Sullivan were just discussing a slide that the district had put up yesterday, and all of those were below 1 part per billion. So it seems like there's somewhat of a disconnect between those numbers. So are we basically coming to the conclusion that dimethyl sulfide isn't a health risk driver as a result of this situation?
Yes, so if you look at some of the conclusions that were drawn in that report, it is essentially unlikely that health risk would be driven by dimethyl sulfide, given what we know about it.
And so you've heard some of the testimony over the past few days. You've heard folks speak in public meetings, basically stating they're suffering from certain symptoms. What is like the next step in the analysis? If it's not dimethyl sulfide, where else should be looking? What should we be looking at, and how should we go about actually conducting further analysis?
So, as was mentioned earlier by Mr. Sullivan, the dimethyl sulfide was really kind of the initial central focus based on, I think, what was observed in some of the raw untreated gas last year and some of the odor characteristics around it. So now that we have learned more about dimethyl sulfide and it's not anticipated that it would be a health risk driver, I think it's important to understand that it's a step in the right direction and that we can rule it out and allow focus on other constituents that may be causing some of the odors that have been reported across the community. So whether that is other sulfur containing compounds like hydrogen sulfide and mercaptans, or other volatile organic compounds, I think is something worth exploring.
And so is it your understanding that the parties have proposed as a stipulated condition to this order a further health study?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And just as a general summary, what will that study include?
So as of right now, my understanding is that involves a deeper dive into the evaluations, both short-term and long-term health impacts of hydrogen sulfide, as well as other constituents. I think that is referenced as hazardous air pollutants, which is a broad list. And within that broad list, what is being proposed is within those hazardous air pollutants, we would look at what is being potentially emitted from the landfill, either detected in the leachate or detected in the community through some of the ongoing sampling and future sampling.
And so do you think that at this present time, Chiquita is collecting sufficient data to do an analysis of that scope and kind of provide you and others with the data quality assurances that they would need in order to reach conclusions that they can stand on?
I think there are some limitations to those data. As was pointed out by AQMD, we independently reached a similar conclusion based on some of the fixed air monitoring data that has been collected, as well as some of the analytical air samples that have been collected. And that refers to things like the grab samples or the 24-hour air samples.
And so would it be your opinion that essentially more data needs to be collected in a more robust manner? Have you made any recommendations to Chiquita about how it should go about doing that?
Yeah, so when we've been looking at the data collected by SES since we began working on this project in August, and as we've learned through and understood more some of the data gaps and data quality issues, what we recommended is that we supplement those data with a more robust data set. And so what we propose to Chiquita is that it's essentially a three-pronged approach that yesterday you heard discussion about some of the benefits or what's better than, is it this continuous data? Is it 24-hour samples? Is it grab samples? And so the approach that CTH is proposing to collect a robust data set includes continuous 24/7 air samples that would be collected essentially back to back. Instead of just once a week, we would be collecting them back to back for a period of a month. In addition to that, there is, we have the capability of deploying a PTR van, that's by AQMD. It's a technology that allows us to collect data such as what was presented for DMS. We would be able to have a van like that, not just one day, but for an entire month, which gives us really good spatial resolution. So we're able to understand, the concentrations at very low concentrations of multiple different chemicals at the same time that these continuous or samples are being collected. And then the third part of that would be that we would have boots on the ground personnel that are collecting real-time air monitoring data for things like benzene and things like VOCs and hydrogen sulfide. And so if there's an odor complaint, if there are certain events or operations in the facility and we need to pivot or collect additional data in specific areas, we have the resources on the ground to go and immediately collect those data. So I think that those two approaches complement each other very well. We would have not only very good temporal resolution over time, but we would have really good spatial resolution across the map.
And so that leads me to another question. We've spoken a lot about benzene throughout the course of this hearing, and specifically one benzene rating. I believe it was on November 7th of last year. It was that 69.5 parts per billion at MS10. And I guess I'm curious to get your thoughts, like as a toxicologist, what that reading means to you, how you assess that reading, and potentially what data, if any, further you would need to evaluate it.
Yeah, so we largely agree with AQMD and Department of Public Health on their testimony that those types of concentrations need to be evaluated closer. So CTH identified that 69.5 part per billion concentration as well back in November. And we did similar assessment to what Mr. Dukes did. So we looked at the prevailing winds during the period that sample was collected. We compared that to the meteorological data that was being collected at that station. And we also found that the prevailing winds suggested that it may have come from the landfill. However, we also looked at a few other locations between that location and the landfill. And I looked at samples that were collected that day at the landfill. And even though we did find a much lower concentration of benzene, I think it was about 2 parts per billion in between the landfill and that location, there did not seem to be much of a trend. We did not find significant levels of benzene within the landfill. So I think, to that point, I certainly agree that if we would have had that type of spatial resolution or temporal resolution, and we could investigate not just what happened a week prior and a week after, we would have met much better understanding about the duration of that sample of that concentration. Certainly it would have helped us to be more definitive in determining whether this came from the landfill or not. There's certainly alternate sources of benzene. So again, we largely agree. I think when one of the things that I look a little bit differently is how these OEHA RELs are applied, and I've heard those described as levels above which you would anticipate adverse health effects. And in my interpretation of how these values are established, that is not quite. It's not as black and white as that. I tend to think of these screening values more as an analogy of a traffic light, where these concentrations are levels below which you can rule out risk. In other words, if you're below, for example, the chronic OEHA REL of 1 part per billion, you can rule out risk, and you can say this is unlikely to present a human health risk. But being at 2 parts per billion or 3 or 5 or 10 is not an automatic attribution of health concern. You need to look further. And so what I mean by this traffic light analogy is what you want to understand is what is the basis for that value? What's the basis for that chronic value? And so, for example, with benzene, the chronic REL is based on a study in Chinese workers that were exposed on average for about 6 years to about 500 parts per billion for 6 days a week 8 hours a day. And so what OEHA does is first they take a sort of what's called a dosimetric adjustment, and then they make some conversions to it, convert that 6 hours, or I'm sorry, 6 days a week, 8 hours a day into a continuous dose. And they determine what's considered a human equivalent concentration for continuous exposure. And that's approximately 200 parts per billion, 204 to be exact. From that, they then start applying safety factors to account for inter-individual variability, to account for other factors, and have that margin of safety. And so, again, if you look at concentrations above 200 parts per billion, that's sort of your red light, right? That's red and above. But in between 200 and 1, that's the concentrations at which you want to investigate further. So again, I think investigating further is the correct action here.
And the parties have also proposed a modification to the stipulated order that would include an analysis of the OEHA RELs in conducting further health assessments. And so in that forthcoming study, at least if the parties have proposed it, those values will be incorporated in that health study analysis. Is that correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Okay, so I can barely hear or see you guys. So the witness has been questioned by Chiquita, and now it is the district's turn to question this witness.
Thank you. I just want to ask a few brief questions. Thank you, Dr. Sanchez Soria. I always want to put the emphasis on the wrong syllable. So you mentioned that for the OEHA standards that the levels are a level below which you can expect no health impacts. Is that correct?
Yeah, and to be more specific, the OEHA RELs are protective of non-cancer health effects.
Okay. And then once you get above those levels are levels at which you may see health effects. Would that be an accurate statement?
I think that being above those levels introduces it triggers additional evaluation, and understanding the levels at which you might see adverse health effect requires an understanding of kind of what's called the point of departure. So, how did this 1 part per billion get developed? How much uncertainty is embedded in that value? So it's sort of a margin of safety analysis where you account not just how far above your screening level you are, but how far below your actual point of departure you are to assess whether you're going to reach that level at which you will see adverse health effects.
And what is your understanding of the OEHA RELs in terms of the regulatory environment in California and specifically the South Coast AQMD?
I understand that OEHA RELs tend to be looked very closely within California and within the regulatory framework.
Okay. So you understand that they tend to be what's used by regulatory agencies as the level that is used as a health protective standard?
Yeah, I think regulators and risk assessors tend to look at those values, and the methodologies by which those values are derived are something that OEHA and regulators own. The risk assessment process itself is sort of I would say is consistent with the methodologies by which other values are derived. And so really when you're trying to assess anticipated adverse health effects, I try to look beyond who establishes the value, and I look at the science, and ultimately the application can be both from the standpoint of regulation as well as from the standpoint of toxicology by itself. So
and in terms of the acute versus chronic levels for benzene, can you describe the difference there in terms of the levels set by OEHA?
Sure. So the chronic REL is a value that's protective over an assumed lifetime of exposure. So it's assumed that at 1 part per billion, right at or below, you could be exposed for a lifetime without anticipating non-cancer health effects. The acute is protective over 1 hour. And so that value is 8 parts per billion, and that is derived in a similar manner, but from a different study, so a different point of departure.
Okay, and so the 69 parts per billion, is that a concerning number based on the acute REL for benzene?
Again, I look at those values in terms of, they exceed both the acute and the chronic value, and so they trigger additional evaluation, and that's kind of why we took those steps to evaluate. But in order to make conclusions about anticipated adverse health effects, you have to go back to the points of departure. So I just talked about the Chinese workers as the sort of the point of departure for the chronic value. If you look at the basis for the acute OEHA REL, it comes from an animal study in which they found that exposed mice during development led to mice that had some effects in their blood. And so that is a study at which at 5,000 parts per billion, they saw an adverse health effects. And so that, again, there's a 600-fold uncertainty between 5,000 and 8 parts per billion. So again, being above 8 doesn't necessarily lead me to the conclusion you'll see an adverse health effect, but it absolutely warrants additional evaluation.
And are you familiar with the proposed language, the new proposed language with condition 12A4 requiring that the public health member in performing the analyses of public health impacts or effects and in reaching conclusions apply the California air quality standards and OEHA RELs for various pollutants? Are you familiar with this new additional language?
I've seen a preliminary version of it, yes.
Okay. And if you continue to serve on the reaction committee as the public health member, are you comfortable complying with that requirement?
So I think there have been discussions about whether this will be maintained within my role or whether there would be a secondary public health individual that would serve to address the odor aspect.
Right, that's the second
Right.
sentence. I was just focusing on the first sentence
Understood.
relating to the CACs and the OEHA RELs.
Yes, I'm okay with the first part.
Okay, excellent. No further questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any other witnesses you wanted to present?
I have a question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pearman. Go ahead.
So I understood Mr. Bolton testified about a new development when he was looking at, I guess, the leachate odors, and that because of the certain air speeds and wind speeds, they might travel further than had been expected from the footprint of Chiquita Canyon. And I'm just wondering whether that type of study is something you considered or is any way relevant to your conclusion that you couldn't identify DMS to be a likely health risk driver at ambient air levels, i.e. that it might move the DMS further from the footprint than people had originally thought was reasonable.
Have you had any takers on that?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Have you had any takers on that proposed?
Madam Chair, Board Member Mr. Pearman just asked Dr. Sanchez-Ria a question. I'm not sure if you heard that.
I did, but I just wanted to follow up and ask if she had mentioned that they had this other, I don't know whether it was process or what it was, because it's breaking up and I can hear certain things and not. So, if I go in and out again, I may lose you altogether. So I don't want to do that. But in any case, my question was, has she had any takers on the description that she just made?
We're not following you, Cynthia, at all. But anyway, I asked him a question. Why don't you let him answer that first, and then it would be your turn.
Go ahead. Yes.
Would you mind repeating that question or summarizing it just to recap? You're asking about a previous testimony. Could you remind me of that, please?
I thought Mr. Bolton testified that study had been done lately compared to his earlier work at the site, which suggested that certain winds over 7 miles per hour or something, he was focused on like the leachate odors could travel further than they had thought before, and then be deposited somewhere further than I thought before. So my only question is whether, to what extent that study or that type of study was something you looked at or should be looked at, because people might say, well, maybe depending on the wind, et cetera, even though you say you could not identify DMS to be a likely health risk driver at ambient air levels or within the communities, that maybe these external factors would allow it to go further than you had predicted or originally thought.
Sure, I think it's a good question. The technology that I think would best help us capture or answer some of those questions are, as I mentioned, there's 3 aspects to the study that we're proposing, and one of those is it's called a PTR van. It's a proton transfer reaction technology that allows us to measure dimethyl sulfide at very, very low levels. And so if there were to be an event or is a particular activity that we wanted to track, we could coordinate to essentially line up and do the best we can to try to connect certain trends and detections with wind direction or activity at the landfill.
And that was my question. Has that ever occurred?
To my knowledge, that has not been done.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from board members?
Yes, I do. And I'm going to, I don't want to sound harsh, but I'm going to take an exception to what you said and characterize on the risk assessment from what I've heard, the point of departure. You're almost talking about when you're doing risk assessment, reinventing the wheel again. When OER, my understanding, when they developed the RELs or the cancer potency, they've looked at those studies, they've looked at uncertainty factors and built in and then came up with those numbers.
Right.
So and I've done risk assessment, and I've when you do a risk assessment for non-cancer, it's a hazard index. You take the concentration in the air, if it's monitored or modeled, divide by the REL, you get a ratio. If it's more than 1, it is not health protective. If it's less than 1, like you said, right, it's okay. But the fact that you're saying it's a traffic light and you're going to have to go back and look at the study that came up for the REL troubles me a lot, because in the realm of, at least on the permitting or the risk assessment, you take almost like absolute what OER values are and do those numbers and then characterize the risk based on the values you get, not go back and revisit. It's almost like saying you do the modeling for 30 years or nobody's there for 30 years. So, you can qualify, that model, but that's the bright line, that's the procedure that is used. So for you to, what you characterize, I find that a little bit troublesome.
Sure. So clearly, risk assessment if you're talking about hazard indices and things like that. So let me maybe try to take a step back, and we are looking at the OEHA RELs. We are looking at values like the ATSDR minimal risk levels. We're looking at EPA. We're looking at a variety of screening values and their applicability. We consider not just in terms of which state we're in, but the applicability refers also in terms of things, for example, like exposure duration. And so when we take a value that is intended to be protective over a lifetime that was derived from a 6-year exposure, and thus the endpoint is, if you're exposed for 6 years to this chemical, you might have a decrease in blood cell count. And then we try to take that and say we're gonna take 1 as our value, and then assume that you will see a comparable adverse health effect because you had a 24-hour exposure to slightly above that level is not quite the way to go. So generally, the way that we think about screening values is screening values are developed based on reasonable maximum exposure assumptions. In other words, you're assuming a lifetime of exposure. That's a reasonable maximum exposure assumption. And so to take EPA has some language that basically says a legitimate use of, and that's actually in the DMS report, a legitimate use of reasonable maximum exposure assumptions to rule out a risk is appropriate. However, to rule in a risk based on a value that has been derived with reasonable maximum exposure is not appropriate. So that's just a very technical way of saying if you exceed 1 part per billion, it's not an automatic adverse health effect. It triggers an action, and that action may be additional investigation, additional samples to understand over time. You know, did it last a day? Did it last a week? Did it last a month? And that helps us really characterize the actual risk, and then we could quantify the risk.
Okay, you know, I don't want to go back and forth on that. Like I said, I do have the way you're characterizing risk assessment, and that's not how, as far as I know, I've done when I worked at the agency, and I'm familiar with the HARP program and OES methodology to do risk assessment, both hazard and non-cancer and non-cancer. So we don't go, I mean, we come up with a bright number and we say, okay, health protective, not, and those are the numbers that are communicated to the public. And I can see on a qualitative basis, you can qualify the numbers by what you just said, you know, but I seldom find when that is done, an expert will go to and say that study in China really, you know, was, you know, looking at rats and so forth, you know, that qualification. I find that a little troubling. That's all I'm going to say on that matter. You know, so let me come back to the DMS study that you pointed out. So actions to be taken, I see in section 7, if actions level exceeded, there is no, at this point, I think Mr. Sullivan also mentioned, you know, you're monitoring, you're collecting samples, but there's all non-detect because the level of detection for DMS is, it's not there for the instruments that you're using. So I do appreciate that the fact that you have a PTR van and that you can utilize it. Is that something that you communicated with Chiquita, and is that something that Chiquita is willing to spend and do you know, to similar to what the AQMD did?
My understanding is that that study is moving forward.
Okay. And it might be conducted, you may say?
Yes.
Okay. It's not part of the order, but it's independent of the order. You're going to do that. And if you get the results, you will share it with the district. Is that your understanding?
Absolutely. We've had this discussion because this data is going to help us address some of the requirements that are proposed on additional evaluations. So earlier I talked about hydrogen sulfide and additional constituents. This study is going to be a very robust data set, and we've only had initial discussions with AQMD on this, but we indicated to them that we have the ability to tailor lists of analytes that could be evaluated in this PTR van. And so if they have any input, we welcome that discussion so that we are all on the same page on what's being evaluated.
Right. And I had another thought and just, what was it? Maybe it's not important. Okay. PTR van and.
Are you done, Mr. Balakobalant?
What's that?
Are you done? Did you have any other questions?
Yes, there was something else, and I just it slipped. Thank you, Dr. Soria. I appreciate your candor in explaining risk assessment to me.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? Seeing none. Okay. Was that your last witness, Ms. Morgan?
Yes, Madam Chair, that was our last witness.
Okay. All right. We can now go into a deliberation. Unless there's any other questions for the witnesses.
I think before we go into deliberations, we need closing statements, perhaps, as well as discussion of the proposed stipulation, if that's relevant.
Yes. Were you also going to make a statement, Mr. Pearman, in reference to the type of witnesses that we did have?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
Okay, the statement that you made yesterday, you don't have anything else to add to it, right?
No.
All right, I just wanted to be clear on that. All right, then we can go to closing statements. And after the closing statements, I'm going to ask one more time for public testimony if there's any, and that'll be the last opportunity. Okay, so with closing statements, Ms. Roberts, can you go ahead and begin, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The parties have come a long way. I think I said in my opening that this was quite a complex order to begin with, And this modification was even more complex because this is a complex underlying issue to address the odor public nuisance here. I want to give a kind of a brief rundown of where we ended up by the end of this. The parties did submit a joint stipulated proposed modification on all conditions. So in summary, where we ended up is that all exposed leachate will be cleaned up 7 days a week. Where we ended up was monitors for community for air toxics will be installed within 75 days unless the district grants an extension. 24-hour sampling will be done 3 times a week at those community locations until the monitors are in place. All community monitors are going to have a web page dedicated to the public to be able to allow the public to have real-time access to what emissions are occurring in the community. The reaction committee, this committee of experts who are evaluating and ultimately remediating this reaction, there will be an oversight process for that committee. And we put clarifying language that health studies for this order will base their conclusions on the OWIHA and CACS standards, as we've been discussing here. We also agree that the respondent will adhere to a suite of mitigation to reduce odors when they're doing excavations of the landfill. They will seek an approval of a permanent plan that will replace those interim measures that will be in place until they have an approved plan. In short, where we ended up is that the modifications are the sort of comprehensive approach that the district expects and wants to see for the circumstances that we have and you've heard about in this hearing. We think these are necessary and appropriate modifications, and we think there is no doubt that there is good cause to grant this order, this modification as stipulated to by the parties. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Roberts. Ms. Morgan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Everyone in this room wants the same thing, to slow and stop this reaction and reduce the impacts to the community. The evidence and testimony you've heard has made clear that odors do matter to Chiquita. Chiquita may not experience this issue in the same way that its neighbors do, but Chiquita and its employees are there on site each day, working hard as they can to address this issue. Chiquita wants to fix this problem. Chiquita wants to improve the experience of its neighbors. Chiquita cares. You've heard today from 5 experts about the mitigation measures that Chiquita has taken to slow and stop the reaction and address the impacts in the community. The party's stipulated order also reflects numerous new conditions and modifications that reflect agreement from Chiquita to take additional steps to address odors and this reaction. Ms. Roberts succinctly summarized many of those conditions where we've come to agreement, and so I won't repeat that now. Collaboration is crucial to solving this problem, and the stipulated order we presented to you shows that the parties are doing exactly that. Chiquita looks forward to continued collaboration with all of its regulators in implementation of the stipulated order and other required mitigation measures. These modifications and new conditions will help address the reaction and reduce odor impacts in the community. So we thank the board, the district, for their time and dedication to this important issue, and we ask that this board find there's good cause to adopt the party's stipulated proposed modifications. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Teresa, do you see any hands up for any public comment?
There are currently no hands raised for public comment via Zoom, and I see no members in person in the hearing room for public comments or testimony.
Okay, we can go now to deliberation. And is there anybody on the board who wanted to start?
Well, first, just Mr. Pearman here. I think we have to enter and mark the red line of the stipulated order, et cetera, and the final version. So, Madam Clerk, what would that be respectively?
I'm going to say the red line would be 41. Okay. And the clean version would be a number 42 for the petitioner.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
And I just want to maybe ask council a couple of clarifying questions on the conditions, which I'm very happy they reached this agreement. I'm looking at 41, the red line version. page 17, which is, I guess, 12B, Roman numeral 4, about the definition of a fair to serve in a satisfactory capacity of the reaction committee. And Roman numeral 4 says failure of a committee member to respond in a timely and substantive manner to recommendations provided by South Coast AQMD technical staff as required by condition 12F, Roman numeral 4. And so that's why I asked Mr. Sullivan how the committee works, because F4 basically says the committee will respond, not an individual. So I'm just curious how you see that would work, that you could show a particular member didn't timely respond, given that condition 12F4 implies a committee response as a whole. Just any thoughts about that?
I mean, to give you a really lawyerly response, I apologize, Mr. Pearman, but this is based on the condition 9. That's the other condition that actually asks the reaction committee to do stuff. And it actually does say that, you know, the reaction committee does have to act as a whole and note any dissenting views, right? So it's governed by like a majority vote. And I think that intent would carry through for the whole order. So there are things, and for that particular reference that you're looking at, condition 12F, that's going to be a monthly meeting where everyone at the reaction committee, like those 5 principals that you've heard from, would have to come to the meeting if their subject area is on the agenda, and the committee as a whole would need to respond to, you know, what we're terming as formal recommendations that come out, separate from, you know, comments or feedback or something.
Okay. Next on the Exhibit 41, page 29, which is 15J, or I actually, yeah. Like it's going to be I, it looks like. And this says, following the installation of additional wells per conditions 15A and 15B, respondent shall replace ... within 7 days of discovery of any such well. So just to be clear, the obligations in J don't start now. They only start after the additional wells are completed in 15A and 15B.
That's correct, Mr. Pearman. And if I can explain the context there, is that with the massive expansion that's planned under 15A and B, it would increase gas extraction capacity such that the replacement of any one individual well is not as of high particular concern at that point. That's why the replacement takes place after that expansion.
All right. And then lastly, on 36 is the condition, page 42 of Exhibit 41, the red line version, where, you know, there's going to be monitoring of certain items. And down the middle line 20, it says, if measurement of any target compounds is not able to be practically achieved, respondent shall inform and seek approval from South Coast AQMD. So I just want to get a sense of what you mean by not practically achieved, and to what extent cost is a component of the inability to practically achieve something. And then secondly, seek approval from South Coast AQMD. It implies to seek approval not to measure that component, but I just want to make sure that's how I should read it.
So I don't know that we would agree that it's approval to not measure that component. And I do want to qualify that. I don't know that it's really cost-based, because the primary cost of condition 36 is actually just buying the equipment. Plus there's associated costs with like install and things like that, and getting power. And that's required either way, right? So this is more about kind of calibration of the instrument. My understanding is it's kind of like a gas chromatograph that can read a range of different compounds, but some of them might need to be calibrated in a certain way. Some might have different detection limits. So there is some complexity, and I apologize that I'm not the technical expert to fully explain that. But I think that that's not necessarily going to either cost to the respondent. I think that is fairly fixed. It would be more time in terms of calibration. But I do think the district would want to have some oversight, as this is based on a similar approach we take in Rule 1180, as I think both Mr. Dutz and Dr. Polidori attested to, of how we look at the way they're setting up the instrument once they've procured it.
And where you say, if it's not achievable, respondents shall inform and seek approval from South Coast AQMD. So what approval were they seeking? Not to measure or measure in a different way or?
Yeah, it could be like a change the calibration of the instrument or somehow differently assess whatever the compound are. The compounds that we're looking at are those coming from the flux study, that table 5.5 reference that we've seen in this hearing. So it would be kind of maybe change your approach, but seek district input before you do that.
So seek approval for alternative measurement is kind of the concept?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Yeah, can I also ask for one clarification or addition? The this is on the new condition that was added 12A4 when Dr. Quick was here. And I think we talked about, the public health member shall at a minimum apply the CAAQS and OER reference exposure level. And I was going to add the inhalation cancer potency factors. So it's both non-cancer and cancer.
And we didn't change the language because our understanding of Dr. Quick's testimony, I think this was concurred in by respondent, but I want to hear their opinion too, is that when we say OEHA RELs, that would actually encompass both of those things.
Actually, it doesn't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It doesn't. REL is only for acute and chronic, and the cancer potency is for cancer.
We have a suggestion to applicable OEHA standards, if that's acceptable.
Instead of
to-
RELs.
Instead of RELs.
Sorry.
Is that acceptable to? Is that okay? Yeah, instead of RELs, so we just say applicable OEHA standards.
Oh, okay, because
So-
later it says cancer and non-cancer.
Yes.
So
then it will say
whatever.
cancer and non-cancer,
Okay,
so we'll
I'm
say,
fine
yeah.
with that, yeah.
So take RELs out and say applicable OEHA. So it'll say, CACs and applicable OEHA standards.
Okay.
Or we could say applicable, should we
And,
say applicable
I think
CACs? No, apply, oh yeah, no, CACs and applicable OEHA standards.
Okay.
Does that work?
Well, I think, but to be more precise, since there's no harm in putting the reference exposure level, because we heard a lot about it here, and the public has also. So, and the reference exposure levels are what you use for acute and chronic exposure. But there were two compounds we saw in the table 5.5, both benzene, ethyl benzene, that causes cancer. And we are saying, in addition to cancer and non-cancer. So I think adding clarification that for cancer, you're using the inhalation cancer potency factor. That's all, just a clarification. That's the factor
So
you use.
the district would be happy to change that to the public health member shall at a minimum apply CACs and applicable OEHA standards and reference exposure levels. And then the same.
And, okay, not the cancer potency?
You think it needs to be standards, reference
Okay.
exposures
Yes.
and
That's
cancer?
fine. Well, yeah, we can add it all.
Yeah.
You're okay with it all?
Yes, Chiquita's okay with that.
Okay, so you can add all of it.
Okay.
Can you state that clearly so the clerk got it?
Yes, so after OHIA reference exposure level, insert and inhalation cancer potency factors in performing. So the insert inhale, yeah.
So Bill, where they're
12,
Say that again.
okay, insert after the OHIA reference exposure levels.
We would not like to have inhalation.
I think
Just
that's-
say, yeah.
That's how it's listed in the table for.
Well, this is my expert saying, do not say inhalation, because she says some are dermal.
Well. Well, I don't want to dispute.
look,
Okay, no, okay, that's, okay, cancer potency factor, that's fine. All right. There's multi pathways and dermal is one of them, but, okay, I'm okay, just.
Cancer potency factors.
And cancer potency factors.
Done.
Madam Chair, just a little clarification here. I'm looking at page 28 and page 29. Yeah, I'm looking at the red line, just to be, okay, hold on one second. I'll make a very good point, Mr. Chairman. Let me just go to the.
Whose chart is that?
Yeah, because the red line shows it goes FGH. There's nothing,
So the red line version of it, I realize that I looks like it's blank. I is actually in the red line. It's referring to that paragraph above it where it has I crossed out. That really should be I. And if you look at the clean version, I believe it's on page 28 of the clean version. It does line correctly.
thank you, Counselor, appreciate it. No further comments.
Okay, any other comments from any other board members?
Actually, I would like to say, I want to thank both sides. I'd be remiss if I did not say this was a very, arduous task to work collaboratively and fast, rather rapidly. Folks were looking at Thursday, and we're trying to get this resolved on behalf of the folks within that area who've been impacted. And so again, I would be most certainly negligent by not stating my level of appreciation to all parties.
We very much appreciate the fact that we're trying to get all of the information in and questioned, and then so we can vote on it. And
I do like to add, I think we had just a commentary that, we had the public here and we heard from them and the suffering they are going through. And I hope this addresses and maybe elevate some of the problems, some of the issues they're having. I don't think it's going to, it's going to take a while before this is under control. I don't know how long, but, I'm not going to, I don't live, like they said, we don't live in the area, we don't experience it. I can't imagine what they're going through living there and going day to day. So I don't want to say I sympathize with them. It doesn't mean anything. Hopefully the actions we've taken.
As long as everybody agrees to this, and as long as they keep to this, I think that's what the outcome will be. It'll be a positive outcome for the people who live there and side by side with the landfill. So that's what our hope is. Hoping that all of these conditions are addressed properly. I think if they are, that we will have a positive outcome on this. Okay, any other comments? If not, we can go into.
If I may, just as part of the board's deliberations, we would ask the board as part of the order to set a further status hearing. The parties are proposing 2 days in April. And just if the board would set that. Thank you.
Al Teresa? The calendar, the big book. Okay, you're wanting to set the meeting before that one, Catherine?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Wanting to set a meeting before the one in
so the parties are proposing it as essentially a modification to what is condition number 53. The parties are proposing April 24th and 25th to come back for a further status hearing.
Okay, on that further status hearing, is that going to be the final?
And no, the district does not at this time anticipate that this reaction would be solved by April.
Okay, hopefully, yes. All right.
Madam Chair, April 24 and 25 are currently available on the calendar.
Okay, let's use it then.
So, Madam Chair, what I would ask is that you guys would have a pre-conference discussion of some sort to set the ground rules. Yes, because we need to make sure that ground rules are very clear with respect to what happens next.
Yes, and I think that we can resolve with what happened at the meeting prior to with a pre-conference. There may not even be a need to go to that second day.
Exactly.
So
thank you, Madam Chair.
We can go ahead.
Your indulgence.
And stick
Madam Chair, I'll go ahead and make the motion.
Okay.
Cause.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. So in the matter of South Coast Air Quality Management District versus Chiquita Canyon LLC, case number 6177-4, move that we find good cause to grant the modified stipulated order for abatement as listed in the finding and decision document, exhibit number 41.
Ali seconds. Not number 40. 40.
Oh, 40. Oh, the 42, the clean version. Sorry.
42 is
with the changes that we discussed.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Just for the record, Madam Chair, Ali seconded.
Yes.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ali. All right. How do you vote, Mr. Ali?
Aye.
Okay. Dr. Abraham,
Aye.
Mr. Pearman,
Aye.
and Mr. Balagopalan.
Aye.
And I also vote aye. So you have a unanimous decision here. I think I commend the district council people all over there, our engineers for sure, as well as the Chiquita Canyon representatives.
Madam Chair, you need to speak up. The court reporter can't hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm also losing my voice in the process here. So I wanted to also thank.
Yeah, stop talking. We commend you for doing what you did under the hours to arrest. Thank you, Cynthia.
Oh, well, yeah, I think you guys know I love this work that we're doing because I do believe that we are doing positive. We are the one positive thing that's going on when we have a situation like this. And I do feel very much a sense of.
You want to adjourn?
Well, no, let me finish. Let me finish because I also voted aye, but I wanted to commend our district and all of the people, including the air quality inspectors especially, and then as well as the representatives from Chiquita and hammering this thing out. I know it took a lot, but it was all because we all care about the fact that the residents who live there need to have a better quality of life. And I think that we're going in that direction. If everybody does what they're assigned to do, I think we'll have a positive outcome. So with that, we have a unanimous decision. I don't think there's any other comments, correct? So I thank my board members for also being patient and also being very, what do I want to say? Very giving in how you are looking at this project and also the good suggestions that have come out from this hearing. So with that, the matter is closed, and unless there's anything else, we are adjourned. Okay. Thank you very much for appearing, board members, and all of your comments. So you can stop the recording. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
All right. Thank you, everybody.